So, hello everybody. We are live. Oh, and Greg made it in the last second. Hi, Greg.
Hello, Cub, and Germany and the world.
Yeah. What took you so long? I thought you could escape the hurricane.
Yeah, well, there were some technical difficulties at the last moment.
Okay. I was worried. I thought, oh my God, because you told me you were chasing them last time, and I thought maybe the hurricane came back to take revenge or something like that.
Yeah, we did some storm chasing. We drove right through the hurricane.
Yeah, for the listeners here, last time we had to move the stream a week ahead, or what do you say, forward or ahead, or what do you say?
Forward. Either one's fine.
Yeah, because Greg had this hurricane problem, so, something like that.
Yeah,
But
it came right through the city of Houston, right over my house.
Yeah, you can tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so it was Hurricane Nicholas. It was a tropical storm. It developed relatively quickly in the southern Gulf of Mexico. And I was preparing for the stream, and I was going to have a stream of my own, my second mystery stream with Basil, and I was going to have Cub on there. It's going to be a lot of fun, but the hurricane interfered with our plans, and it came right through the city. It's been years since one hit us right on the nose. It was only a Category 1. Damage wasn't great, but it did knock out, power and communications and stuff for a while. And then we had some friends down around Galveston who needed some help. So we ended up having to drive through the hurricane to Galveston to assist. So it was an adventure for sure.
Yes, and could you help there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal.
Oh, okay.
The big deal was getting through the hurricane to them, but couldn't leave people stranded in a hurricane. I've had to assist people before out there.
Yeah, but
I have a truck, so it's a relatively big truck, and I'm able to get places where they can't go.
Yeah, but Greg, did you, when you heard that a hurricane is coming, did you prepare for it by watching some documentaries about hurricanes, like Twister?
No, I didn't, but that would have been appropriate since we ended up doing a storm chase. I hadn't actually driven into a hurricane in about 20 years since I did that. I had to rescue Basil one time.
So you didn't watch the documentary from Jan de Bont, Twister?
No, but that would have been awesome.
Okay. Maybe you have to catch up on that.
Well, right before those things hit, you don't really want to watch the tornado ones, because if a tornado's got your name on it, you're doomed. It doesn't matter unless you're, I guess, in a concrete bunker or something, but nobody has that. We don't even have cellars in Houston. I don't know if y'all people know Houston was built on a swamp, so there's no real cellars. People just have houses, and if a tornado hits your house, you could go to an inside room and hope, or pull a mattress over yourself. But you're doomed if it's got your name on it, you're basically doomed.
Yeah, here in Germany we have concrete cellars, or what you call them.
Yeah.
So kind of every house has that.
Wow.
And yes, it's just like the houses are built here. It's the way they build them here. I don't know any house without a cellar.
Y'all have mainly stone and brickwork. Most of ours are wood, with in Houston with no cellars. I don't know anybody who has a cellar. I guess you could build one, but you would have to spend so much money that it's not worth it. The soil just doesn't support it.
Yeah, as I said, here's the way they do it here in Germany, and I have also a cellar, but I never go down there.
I bet it's scary, huh?
No, it's boring. It's just a cellar. It's just a room under the surface, or what you call it.
Right.
I put well, but I have to go there tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to go down there because it's where I have put my VHS tapes
Oh, wow.
and also my audio tapes here, cassettes or what you call them. Tapes also, they're also called tapes or not?
Yes, they are. Audio tapes. Video
Yeah,
tapes and audio tapes.
yeah, because I was in Berlin yesterday again.
Oh, that's so
and
awesome.
and this is a 5 hour, or 6 hour, or even 7 hour journey to get there. Just one
it?
way, by the way. Yes, it's very far away, and if you have a slow vehicle, then it's of course takes even longer, which we had yesterday, and but it was an old Mercedes. It's a very good car. I really liked it, but but it's not that fast. It's just you can't really go fast with it. So, and it has not. It has a tape deck in there. You can't put CDs or MP3 or something like that. It's an old.
That's really old school, huh? How old is this car?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Mercedes built it himself personally. I'm pretty sure. So, but and the thing is, I had just 2 tapes here lying around here in my where I'm living, and didn't find the other ones. I thought the other ones maybe they are at my mother's house, but it's also possible I put them into the cellar a few years ago. I just have forgotten. So we had just these 2 tapes, and one of these 2 tapes wasn't even finished.
To play? You're talking about music tapes to play as you're driving, like
Yeah,
because road trip tape.
Yes, because
mixtapes. That's what they call them, mixtapes.
Mixtapes, yes, and because you can't listen to radio anymore here in Germany because we don't have any radio anymore. Instead, we have Instead, they have replaced every program with Corona propaganda. Every
they don't
program.
Have music.
Maybe in between.
Oh God!
But you have to sit through the whole time. We listen. I have listened to it a few seconds between changing the tape, and it's really every time. Every time they were talking about Corona, the whole time.
They're all like news channels or something. You don't have just regular music where you have a DJ and something like have you ever seen WKRP in Cincinnati where they just play music?
I can't tell you. I can't listen to one of these channels long enough to find it out. Because as I said, when you skip through the channels, you get when you're lucky, you get some commercials which also include Corona crap in there. By the way,
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, it's 90% commercials and the rest is Corona and maybe there's some music also in there. I don't know.
Nobody else had any music tapes or anything. You're the only one to
yes,
have
because he told us at the evening before we went.
Oh, that's how you do things to me too. Like right before the broadcast, you'll tell me stuff.
Yeah, but this is something completely different. I already explained that. You can't compare my shit to other people's shit. It's not comparable.
I'm just messing with you, Cub, but you do that sometimes. So he gave it to you at the last minute, and you got to make some more mixtapes.
No, he said, I just have this tape recorder. Here's this tape thing in the last second, and asked if I have some tapes. in the middle of the night. And I told him, I have to see. I can't promise. And I found two
Well, that's
cassettes.
something. That's all y'all had for
Yeah,
6 hours each way?
yeah, yes. All I
And
had,
one of them wasn't even done?
one of them wasn't even done. It gets even worse.
3 songs, probably.
One of them, which was done, were two LPs from a German rock band where I already used a track from in my reviews. It's called Böse Onkels. So it's really not music for everyone. I have to say. So, but he liked it. Here, the driver liked it, and the two girls, we didn't ask them who came with us. So everything was cool. So but there were two LPs, old LPs from your uncles, but the other one, there were 6 tracks on it, but it was a soundtrack tape, which means it was the second soundtrack tape I made 30 years ago, which means on the first one, I put on all the tracks I had from CD and LP, which I could buy. My favorite tracks here from Tangerine Dream, Basil Polidoris, Brett Fidel, Michael Kamen. Here tracks like Hellraiser or The Wind and the Lion, or something from Sergio Leone and things like that. But the other one, the second tape, and this was the one that I found here, I put on tracks that I couldn't buy. Versions that were exclusively just in the movie. So I recorded them from the movie, which were back then the Terminator track, and the Soldier track, Dead Zone, here from Michael Kamen, and Boogeyman 2, and The Punisher, and from Conan 2, at one track from Conan 2. And that's it, 6 tracks. Which go 20 minutes or something like that, and that's it. And that was all what we had what we had to listen to. It was really interesting. Yeah.
You know, what you need to do is surprise them next time with some good Southern rock, like ZZ Top, Tom Petty, and perhaps some Bob Seger.
Yes, I could do that, but I have many mixtapes from back then. I just have to.
Well, you've got 6 hours. I'm just saying it'll really throw them off if you have something with an international flavor. I bet you could throw in some English music.
Yes, and no, but I have many mixtapes from back then. Many. I just didn't.
Where are they?
Yeah, as I said, there are the 2 possibilities. There are in the cellar of my
Movie
mother.
Massacre says get some Rammstein on.
No, Rammstein.
Thanks for showing up.
No, Rammstein are a copy of Onkels. Rammstein are pussies. Okay, it's the music for the they are the mainstream version of the real band, of a real band here. The real band is the forbidden one, the banned one, which is constantly which they don't play their music on MTV or music stations or something like that. But Rammstein these guys who go with the mainstream and who everybody knows and likes, and they are complete sellouts. So no, thanks. I know the music it has many fans, but it's usual. It's really
Movie Massacre wants a link to that band. You've got him hooked. He's
Yes,
hooked.
and yes, and I'm going to send him a link to the one song I made. I used for my reviews, if you can remember.
Is
Wait
it
a second.
Lagrange by ZZ Top?
I
Or
really
heard
like.
it on the X?
I
There's some
really
great old music that y'all probably never heard that you would probably really appreciate if you got a chance to listen to it. If you want
yes.
non-sellout music, go with the early ZZ Top, or as I said, Bob Seger or Tom Petty. It's really good music, but it has a southern flair.
Yeah.
Not,
Yeah. I agree.
Southern America. There you
I
go. There's your link.
Yeah.
Movie Massacre.
Yes, I
Well,
agree.
that's a good story. You definitely need to dig out the other mixtapes, but I'm saying maybe make a couple of new ones that are not brand new, but that are
Uh,
older. Maybe take
yeah.
one new song from, the 2010s and throw in a song from America in the 70s or 80s, and then throw in a different one. Instead of having one boring, type of music, make one with a variety. You might do a country song or a classical song or a rock song. A lot of times when I'd make a mixtape, I would use a variety of different artists and from different decades and totally different styles.
Yes, I agree on that, Greg. I just wanted to say something up
Uh-uh.
to the music video I sent here. I put here in the chat from Movie Massacre. This was this soundtrack, this song I used for
Paterna,
Cup
cool.
Cup versus Society. Yes, because here it was the Brian Yusna special about the movies from Brian Yusna. And for people who don't know who is Brian Yusna, he's a trashy director who was involved in these H.P. Lovecraft adaptations with Stuart Gordon. He was the producer on his stuff, on many of his movies, and he also made here the continuations to Reanimator. He made Bride of the Reanimator and this third crappy one. They are from Brian Yusna. But his first movie was called Society, which is kind of his best movie. But I couldn't resist using this title, Cub versus Society. It's just I just couldn't resist. It's just such a cool title, which so sorry for Yusna, because Society, his first movie, is not that bad. It's a trash movie, yes, but at least it's kind of imaginative, and yeah, but I thought it's just such a funny name, and the rest of the retrospective is a rant. It's the kind of his only one decent movie. It was the first one. So yeah, and I used Uncles for that particular review because I thought it really fits the tone. And also because of the title, Cub versus Society, because the society, it is normally here in Germany, it's the Onkels versus Society, or versus mainstream, if you want to call it this way, because they are hitting on this band since they came out in the 80s, and it's a really good band with really good music, and even the cover art from the bands here from their CDs was copied by Alan Moore, for starters, in his Watchmen.
Hmm.
Yes, in the original Watchmen comic book, he copied one of the artworks from an Uncle's CD, where you see a clock which is 5 to midnight. In this, after the scene when this girl, he's this big squeal or whatever, hits the city, and everybody is dead, and everything looks like a war here, a war place or whatever, and then you get a shot on the hour 5, and it's kind of the same shot like on the CD from the Onkels. I show it in my review, so I show the comparison so that people can see it.
So how did your trip to Berlin go, other than the lack of enough musical entertainment?
Oh, there was also a lack of other people who also wanted to demonstrate there. It was not just the lack of music, because we were not as many there this time as last time, and there were more police than the police was everywhere.
Yeah, that's predictable.
And yes, and they stopped that the people couldn't form to demonstrate from the get-go. Every time when more than 5 people stood together, the police came to them and harassed them, told them if they don't leave, they are going to take their what you call it,
identification.
Yes, their identification, and also telling them that they are not allowed to be on this particular place, and if they come back, they get arrested. Just for no reason, by the way. So it's one-on-one police state here in Germany. You are not even allowed just to go somewhere and just go over the street without getting harassed by the police. So
that's just in Berlin, though, right? It's not all of Germany.
No, it's just in Berlin, yes, but still Berlin is also Germany. So what? And people have the right to demonstrate. They have the right to form together and to be more than 5 or 10 people together on the streets.
Oh, I understand. You're absolutely right about that. I guess they just don't want the optics of you being able to demonstrate in Berlin, and that's why they look bad internationally to them, I think.
Yeah. Yes. And really, I don't care for the reason why they tell people, because, Greg, I can tell you a situation which is just mind-blowing. So we were forming there with our people, or try to form there with our people, and the police, and we want to go from one place to another place and have to go over a street for that, or a bridge or something like that. So the police stands there and tells us, no, you are not allowed to go over the street to the other side. You have to go to the main station and take a route 2 kilometers to go to this place. Just because they say so. And the crazy thing was, there were demonstrations on this day in Berlin, because on the left side, you could see a demonstration against abortion from the Catholic Church.
Oh, wow.
And on the other side, and is this the same place I'm talking about? So we were talking, the police was talking to us, and on your left hand, there was this demonstration against abortion coming just on the place. And on the other side, you could see another demonstration that was allowed for something else from the state, from Antifa or pro-mask or whatever. These two were and all these people were masked, of course, and it looked like NPCs. So it was really like body snatchers. You had these people, and they was also protected by the police. When we wanted to cross their demonstration, we were allowed to do that, but not, but just like the police said. So something like we have to cross their demonstration. So they said, okay, now you can go, and things
God.
like that. A police state. It's a police state. It is, and I talked to tried to talk to some of these Antifa fascists and asked them how much did they get, if 50 or euros or something like that, to pretend that they are here, because some of them were in disguise and here and saying things like, "Oh, here Gates is going to get you," or something like that. Or
Were
Gates.
they infiltrating your group?
No, these stupids, they can't infiltrate anybody. They're they're much too stupid for that. Also, the police had to protect them. We couldn't talk to them because police constantly told us we have to go away. So they were just standing there like stupids with complete police protection.
Man,
and say,
Antifa, they're the modern Nazis. I hate to use that word on
yes, they are.
German stream,
yes.
but
Yes, they are. Yes. These are the modern Nazis. Antifa are the modern Nazis.
and they're protected by the government, just like the original brown shirts were.
Yes,
back when.
exactly like that. And I even talked to the police and asked them if this is a joke or something like that. If they are serious, really, yeah. But yeah.
Anyway, we've got an interesting stream that's going to be talking about movies and trailers and TV shows. When we get past all this stuff.
Yeah. So we got the politics out of the way.
Right. We had to cover it, though. I mean, it's part of Cub's life, and this is his podcast, and he just went there yesterday, so we did cover the musical element, but we had to mention the political side.
Yes, and let's see when the next one is. I think 3rd October, something like that. And I have to see if I can get there. I'm going to be there, and if not, then not, because really it just depends on how if somebody drives there. It's because it's really a very long drive and costly also. So yeah.
Yeah. Do you go in on gas, or what do y'all do?
Yes, we put together.
So everybody chips in. That's fair.
Yeah, and so it's not, the money is not the problem. Of course, if you go there many times, and if you have no earnings like me, then
here's
then
a good thing. At least you didn't have to drive through a hurricane.
Yeah, and also I'm not fearing any hurricanes. I saw the documentary Twister.
Oh, there you go. That wasn't a hurricane. That was tornadoes. But hurricanes do spawn tornadoes.
Yeah. See, so
y'all don't have hurricanes there, do y'all? I don't think you do.
No, we don't. And
good dang, I don't think y'all have tornadoes. Do y'all ever have tornadoes? Maybe.
But maybe yes, storms.
But not like we do. Not all over the place and constant.
No, we have storms here, and we had here one. I think it was a storm here, which made here with this water here, where we had here people underwater and so on, and some died, and they still try to repair. Where the state completely fucked it up, and here the alternatives, they collected money, 700,000 euros, to help those people, and the government put pressure on the people and told them if here on the businesses and so on, and told them and Bürgermeisters, and told them if anybody takes the money here from us, he's fucked, kind of like that. And so we weren't able to give them the money, and it got even worse. PayPal closed the
to help the people with the flood. They won't let you help because of politics or something.
Yes, and they closed the what you call it, where your money is.
I understand. It's I don't understand why they would do that.
What is it called where your money is in a bank?
Financial institution, bank.
Yes, but count. Is it count where your money
account? Your bank account?
Yes, bank. They closed the bank account for 180 days, so that nobody was able to get the money for no reason.
They froze it.
They froze it for no reason.
Insane.
And it was the money for the people who needed it urgently. People have spent it.
I don't understand why they would do that, other than they're just bad people.
Yes,
you would have to be like the definition of evil to do that.
Yes, I'm talking about PayPal. It's the I think it's the institution.
I understand
that this billionaire created, Musk. I think Elon Musk. He was the creator. Yes, it's an evil because he's a fascist, and this is a fascist constitution. And as I said, they don't care for human life at all, and they closed it down. And the media, by the way, is not covering this. And of course, the government is behind that, of course. And we have now elections in 1 week. And
that's right, you do.
Yes, but these things you don't get from the news media. These things, it's shocking. It's shocking. I have even somebody in my resistant group who drives there every week to help here to these flooded people. He drives there every week, and also he drives to this Berlin demonstrations and so on. And it's just that you get how serious the situation is.
Hey, Jez is in the chat.
Yeah, hi Jez. So,
okay, but we'll get back to the serious situation, but probably we should at least start on some of our list of goodies.
Yes, let's at least pretend that this is a movie stream.
Right. We're more than 30 minutes in and we haven't done anything. I've got a whole list here of good stuff. What would you like to start with? The movie trailers, What If series?
Greg, please don't ask me. Just go through your list like you think we should go through it, okay?
Okay. Well, you wanted to talk about the What If series.
No, I wouldn't. Who said that? Hey, who said that?
You made me watch it.
Really?
I think we already covered the first 2 episodes because my episode list starts at 3.
Yes.
And just to jump into it, I thought the first 2 episodes were kind of lame. They were okay. But one of the things you had mentioned previously was they were kind of Pollyanna. There's like the only changes always led to, great things. So you get a female replacing a male and, it's so much better because she does everything better, which is normal nowadays. And you get, race swap and all. But you had mentioned that in the original comic versions that sometimes these things happen and it didn't work out so good. And that it would be interesting if that happened. And starting in episode 3, we see that several of the Avengers are killed before they're able to form.
Yes, we do.
So that's kind of what you were talking about. And I thought it made for a more interesting episode in episode 3.
Yes. Okay. It's fresh in your mind. Tell us a little bit about the episode.
Well, you start out with Tony Stark, Iron Man getting killed, and we're not sure how. They inject him. It's supposed to be something that helps him. And then you see later the Hulk die, and basically all of the Avengers get killed off except Captain America hadn't been brought in yet. And I'm not going to give away the whole story, but... yeah,
you can spoil the hell out of it. It doesn't matter.
So it's from the Innerverse or whatever they call it, where they shrink all the way down, and the father of the girl who plays that character is actually is injected into Tony Stark and lands on the others, and he's killing them using the ability to micronize down into the small ability and then killing them. And they eventually, Loki comes to avenge Thor's death, and and they use Loki to defeat him, but then Loki takes over the planet, and thankfully, your favorite character of all time, I think, your favorite Avenger, Captain Marvel, shows up at the very end. She doesn't do anything other than say, "Hey, I'm here." So I guess we're to assume that she defeats Loki, and that might have been interesting if they'd actually shown us her doing something.
No, it just shows how overpowered she is in this universe, because they don't even have to show how she defeats him, because we know already she is going to defeat him.
Well, yeah, clearly that's the implication.
Yeah.
But
so
overall, you had a different style than the first two, and I thought it was an improvement. So,
yes,
what did you think of episode 3? Improvement?
Yes, I agree on that. I was really shocked to see that that they really went with the premise what if the story should be about.
Yeah, it was exactly what you had been complaining about. You were complaining about the woke element of the first 2 episodes, and there was less of that.
Yes,
if they had used Captain Marvel to overpower everything, which they clearly implied was going to happen, you would have complained about that, because it probably would have been her being overpowered. But they didn't do that, so they avoided what I call Cub trap.
Yes, and I would really say it's the best episode of all of them for me. Of all six of them, at least it's the least annoying one, because I neither like the style here, the animation, nor really I think the stories are exciting or something like that. But this one I don't mind. I say, okay, if they would have started with this one, maybe it would be better if they have started with that, just to show people.
I think it would have been better if they'd started with one that wasn't so Pollyanna and hadn't fallen into the Cub woke trap. Where it turns you off, basically because we see it so much and so many other things. I understand how you feel, I really do. But when they come out of that trap, it's really refreshing, because it sounded like that's what every episode was going to be. But 3 was a definite improvement. Then we go to episode 4, and do you remember? You remember what one that one was?
Yes, I do. It's Doctor Strange. Oh my God. So first, for starters, there are some characters I can't stand because I think they're boring. And one of these characters is Doctor Strange, because wizardry in general, I think, is boring. All the wizard characters have no limits, or have just limits that they pull out of their ass, and it's not it is not fun to watch them, because you don't have no clue what their powers really are, and where their limits are, and so you don't know if something is serious or not. And so and I'm not a fan also on other wizard series like Harry Potter or something like that, because it's you really, they made the things up as it goes along. And so Doctor Strange, we get here's a situation where Doctor Strange doesn't lose his hands.
Instead, he loses his girlfriend.
Yeah, instead he loses his girlfriend, and then he loses his mind. because of that, so he
It
wants.
reminds me of that one where the guy keeps using the time machine to go back and save his girl, and no matter what he does, she dies in a different way.
Yeah, and
So they go to a
then
pizza place, and she gets shot. They do this, and something this happens. It's they said that it was an absolute, and so it absolutely had to happen, and he couldn't get around it, which is
yeah,
something the rest of us have to deal with. But I guess him
yes,
being super
and
mighty, he couldn't handle it.
yeah, and the thing is, these absolute points in time and space. Sorry, this concept, I don't buy it, because saying this is absolute, but this is not absolute.
Well, I can tell
Why
you one
should it be?
reason why it shouldn't be absolute. They gave the reason of it being absolute was that it led to him learning what he did and becoming who he was, right? And that was because she died. Well, it shouldn't be an absolute because he also learned what he did and whatnot by losing his hand. So that wasn't the only possibility. If it's
Yes,
not the only possibility, then it shouldn't be absolute. Is that illogical, or am I just crazy here?
no, you're completely right. And also, to so other heroes also have lost somebody. For example, Peter Parker, he's Spider-Man, lost his uncle Ben, and he lost also Gwen Stacy, and didn't go crazy because of that. So
So
it
it was
really
flawed. It was flawed.
so it really just shows that Doctor Strange, that he has a weak character, and this is the
It
thing
does.
I can't stand, because to say
Well, to be
it,
fair, there's a lot of stuff you can't stand.
yeah, but to say to say he is just his character completely depends on the fact that his girlfriend is alive, makes him really flawed. Puts flaws into his character, and gives takes away from it, which retroactively. And these are things I in general can't. I'm not okay with. Even when I don't like a character like Doctor Strange and I think he's boring, I don't like it if his character gets weakened and destroyed retroactively. So yeah, and also so Doctor Strange has to fight, goes crazy, and then we find out he's just half a man or something like that, and the other half is the Doctor Strange we know, I guess, and who has now to fight against the evil one, and then they get combined together or something like that.
Yeah, well, without
Yeah, we can spoil
both
this.
of them combined,
Yeah.
apparently he doesn't have the full power. But by combining them, it unfortunately gives him the power to destroy the entire world, because it's also illogical because he knows everything's going to be destroyed.
Yes, it's illogical, and also
And so even if he brings his girl back, she's going to die immediately when the world is destroyed. So how does that make sense? How does that gain him anything? He's supposed to be super intelligent, the surgeon, and he's smart enough to do it. It doesn't ring true to the character.
yes,
So I don't like what if stories that are illogical.
and there's
And
another.
they don't hold true to the character. One thing I did like, though, is that once again it showed that not all these things are good things, and what he ended up doing ended up destroying the entire earth. They ended up ending the show showing everything was destroyed, and that's the first and only time I think they shown that.
It doesn't destroy the Earth; it destroys the whole universe.
Yeah, they say that, but
Yeah.
I'm just giving them the earth.
But there is another thing that pisses me off, because Kuatu, here the guy who tells the stories, he doesn't interact with the people normally. He says he's just watching. He doesn't interact with them, but he does in this episode. Doctor Strange talks to Kuatu.
That's true. He does.
So what is this shit? This is also destroying a character. Or don't you think so? Or can you remember what if story
this episode was so filled with the stuff that didn't make sense? I didn't even write that down.
Yeah, and but I got that because it does happen again. I can't stand these things. I think this is even worse because we know these are what if stories and so on, and the only new thing we get here in this TV series, which stayed in character, was here this Kuatu guy. Here's this. I think his name is Kuatu or not. Here this the guy who watches.
I'm not sure. That sounds right.
Yeah, and
I couldn't say for sure. I didn't know there was going to be a test.
Yeah, so this is a new character introduced. They introduced a new character from the comics, which at the beginning,
Uatu.
Yeah, Uatu. Yeah, and they stayed true to the character. At least he is just telling the stories, and he always says, "I'm not." He isn't going to interact or something like that because he's just watching. And he's also not allowed.
Yeah. There we go.
And he's also not allowed to. And we can ask Jess, because I'm pretty sure that in the comics, it stays that way. That he is not part of the story normally. He doesn't speak to the characters.
Is that true, Jess? Does he not interact normally?
Yeah. Normally he doesn't interact. And so if I'm right, they introduced a character just to destroy the character again, for no reason, by the way.
Well, maybe because the entire universe was being destroyed, he interacted.
Yeah, but the excuse, I don't know. But
it was definitely an irritating episode filled with inconsistencies. And
also we're talking about the first season. We are not even 4 episodes in, and then they already break the laws and bend them and let the character do unusual things.
Don't let it upset you, Cub. We haven't even got to the zombie episode. I think we're done with episode 4. We got to keep this thing moving, or we get bogged down. It's like your old car you were talking about. It gets stuck in the mud and it just Okay, so episode 5 is zombies. You love zombies, so I'm sure you love this one. Jeff says Cub is right. I think that's the first time he's ever said that.
Oh my God!
At least in print. You need to get this on film or something. But Marvel people who interact with other universes are aware of his existence. What about that?
Oh, okay, that's interesting. But in this stupid episode, they didn't show it that way.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, but in another one, they did. But it's not a zombie one. But we come to that. But first, let's talk about this zombie one, which was again with Doctor Strange in a big part, but just his head in a jar or something like that.
Yeah. That was a nice homage, I think, to Futurama and the heads in the jar.
Yes, I think so.
It's my prediction that Cub's head will be in a jar 1,000 years from now. It's still giving out advice.
No, it's still angry.
Still angry. Oh, very angry. Of course, angry. But I mean, not helpful advice, but advice.
At least advice. And so there's in this
Zombies.
universe is a virus.
Yeah, apparently, once again, they use the interverse or whatever you call it, where they shrink all the way down, and the wife who had been left there for 30 years, somehow when they bring her back, she's infected with some virus, and they infect everybody else, and the Avengers show up, and they get infected, and of course there's no way to defeat them once they're zombies.
Yes.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. You can continue from there.
No, Greg, let's talk a little bit about superheroes becoming zombies. So,
Okay.
how is this possible? Zombies normally are slow and stupid. These ones, of course, are not for some reason. They're kind of fast, but not super fast or something like that. They're just aggressive people, I would say, and try to bite other people. So how the hell are they able to bite so many superheroes? One or two, okay, I go with that, but still, but the other ones.
Well, you saw what happened. It was the ones that were shrunk down like Ant-Man. That's how they got them. That's how they got the superheroes. They infected them by zipping inside their body, and I guess there's no immunity from this zombie plague.
Yeah, it looks like that.
But
There's no immunity, and they can.
I'm not a big zombie expert. Like
yeah, but if you have somebody like if you have a superhero like Iron Man, how the hell can a zombie bite this guy?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. And also the others, the ones that can fly.
And you would think some of these superheroes would have some type of immunity from it, or skin that wouldn't be able to get
yeah, and also they some
penetrated.
When you have superheroes that can fly, these superheroes are safe. Why should a superhero that can fly get bitten from a zombie? Should a zombie can't manage that? He has to stay on the surface and also wait till he gets bitten. There's no way. And also, these superheroes have superpowers.
Yeah, well, it didn't make a lot of sense, though.
Yes, and now comes the best thing. By doing that, that the superheroes get bitten, most of them, and everybody turns into zombies. So now they are just kind of normal. The superpowers don't matter anymore, and this is really a downgrade, because we have seen that these superheroes lose every superpower in the moment when a zombie wants to bite them, and act like little girls, even not even like normal men or something like that. So why should
once again, it's unbelievable. I'll give you that.
Yeah, and so I was really.
But almost every zombie movie has that problem.
Yeah, but why should I care how the story goes on from this moment on? Because now it's a simple zombie story. There was nothing special with it, I thought. At least that was my impression. How did you see that, Greg?
Yeah, that sums it up. I'm more of an old school zombies type, slow moving. I wouldn't think that zombies would be able to infect all the superheroes. Yeah, I've said enough. There's nothing more to say about this episode. It's kind of lame and unbelievable. I will say this. Once again, Wakanda, the paradise in Africa, that
Yeah,
Marvel created.
yes,
That's the one
the
place that's
racist
able.
African, yeah, the racist African tribe.
Right. Well, apparently they're
Isolates.
immune or able to hold off the zombie plague, and they end up getting the cure and taking it to them to save the day. But
Yeah, of course.
at the very end, you saw they showed Thanos with all the rings of power or whatever you call them. Just he was a zombie, and I guess he was going to destroy everything, except I assume Wakanda.
Yeah, of course. Because I can tell you why he isn't going to attack
Movie
Wakanda.
Massacre says
No, no.
he does
uh,
everything for Wakanda. He says he goes to the bathroom with a spare sock for Wakanda.
yeah,
Not
I
sure what
know.
that means.
Yeah, I know what that means. And yeah, that's movie massacre. He does it this way. And you can see it. You can see it in his videos. So, yes, of course, he's going to spare Wakanda or whatever, because Black Panther is going to talk him out of it, out of his plan. Even he's going to talk zombies Thanos out of his plan. I'm pretty sure, because we have already seen that.
Yeah, he's gonna talk zombie Thanos up probably.
Yes, yes, we know he is superior for whatever reason. He's
But would
superior
zombie
in
Thanos
every.
still be able to use all the power crystals or whatever? Like you said, they seem to lose their abilities after they become zombies. I wonder if it's just like a bunch of rings to him.
I don't know. And also, how the hell could they infect Thanos? Please.
Yeah, that's
This
just another ridiculous.
so.
I don't see how they could do that at all. How did they penetrate the skin? How did they? It makes no sense.
Yeah, it really makes no sense.
And he wasn't even on Earth at that time. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, maybe there are these there are these flying spores here from body
Perhaps
snatchers
they are
through
spores,
space.
kind of like
So,
in the
oh my
and
God, hey, Greg, we made them a better script. We filled we filled the holes in the script for them. Oh my God, just by talking about it.
like in Andromeda Strain or something.
Yeah, yeah. But this would be too intelligent for these Marvel hacks. Sorry, or Disney hacks or whatever.
But they did improve. I mean, they're trying. They're just not very good at their job, and they're not very smart. But they are trying. I don't know. I'm trying to be positive. It's very hard, but I am trying. So we've almost made it to the 6th. It's taken us a full hour, but we've made it to episode 6 of our very first thing we're talking about, the What If Show, and that is Stark
Here,
being saved by
yeah,
Killmonger.
yes, Killmonger saved Tony Stark. My God, I couldn't stand this episode. It was so bad. Yeah, yeah. As I said, you have a fresh in your mind. Would you mind if you
I got
tell
it
us?
fresh because you forced me to watch it under
Uh,
protest. But
yeah,
okay, I do. I just
yeah.
watched it.
I told Greg that I am going to send him another hurricane if he doesn't watch it. And yeah,
hurricane is also a delicious.
Yeah,
drink.
and we use the technology we got from the Americans, HARP technology. So we can create hurricanes if we want to.
Hey, Americans are always coming up with crazy stuff. You got to give us that.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so Stark gets saved by Killmonger, and so he never develops the Iron Man suit. He doesn't have the bad heart. Unfortunately, he ends up getting killed. It's kind of a lame episode.
Yeah, but he got killed from Killmonger or not?
Yeah, right. After he made him part of his organization.
Yeah, and also Killmonger is kills Black Panther, or the original Black Panther.
Right, and then he takes his place.
Yeah, then he takes his place, and yes, but I think the whole episode is so lame and unbelievable. But there's
Sorry about that.
there's one little bit in it at the end, which where you get really frightening, or which hints to something really evil. Or I think we get introduced to Ironheart, or what do you think? This little girl at the end?
Oh, that's possible.
Yeah, because I have never seen Ironheart, or read it or whatever, but I know from Jess about it, and also from Nerdrotic. He talks sometimes about it, and he also always has this fear in his eyes when he talks about it. Something, this is going to happen, he says.
Well, Jez had to go get more alcohol to be able to stand the stream. So when he comes back, perhaps he will address that. But we do have good news. Once again, Wakanda was the victor against Stark's drones. So apparently
Yes.
they're able to withstand zombies, drone attacks, basically anything and everything. They may have even survived the entire universe being destroyed. I'm not sure about that.
Yes, for sure, because they are clearly superior, and can't do any wrong. And yeah, as I said, this little black girl at the end that shows up in the Stark Industries whatsoever, and wants to
Oh,
join
that's right. She
with
was
Pepper.
joining forces with what was the other girl's name?
Pepper, or
Pepper.
not?
Yes. Isn't
Yeah.
Pepper going to be the new Iron Man?
No, I think I have seen a cover from a little black girl, and it was written on it, Ironheart. Ironheart is a little
Is
black
that
girl.
who's going to replace Tony Stark as Iron Man? Because I heard
Yes.
as part of the MCU they were going to make basically everything female. Hulk is going
Yeah.
to be She-Hulk and
Yeah, it
so
looks that
on and
way.
so forth.
It looks that way. So for me, this was clearly introduction of the new Iron Man as a little black girl. So yeah.
Oh, and that's her name, Ironheart. No, I wasn't
Yeah.
aware of that.
Yes, Ironheart, and I know that as I said, I know that from Jess, of course, and also from Nerdrotic. So yeah, really nothing
Well,
I'm
they would
looking
know.
forward to.
They're more the comic book experts than I am. That's for sure.
Yeah, really nothing I'm looking forward to. I'm not an Iron Man fan anyway, but oh my God, this sounds just ridiculous. I don't know how many What If episodes are out there anyway. I hope
This is it, number 6 for right now.
yes, but do you know how much did they plan to do in the first
They had
season?
planned to do 10, but they've reduced it to 9.
Okay.
So
At least
originally they said 10. Now they're saying 9 because, I don't know, some technical reason.
Hey, at least some good news, or not.
You know what? Is there one less?
Yeah, one less. So they are
That
just
would probably been the good one. Ironically, that's why they had
yes,
to get rid of it.
yes. It was just too good.
Right.
Yeah.
You know how that works.
So, Greg, we don't want to use our harp technology again. So also not again, don't want to use it against a befriended country here, an ally. Yeah.
Yeah, especially Houston. Y'all might need some oil and gas, or
Yeah.
sometime.
So I would say better you watch these 3 episodes where they come out, and that we can talk about them next time.
Yeah, that sounds good. Our next stream is supposed to be on Halloween. We're going to do a special horror stream.
Yes, we are going to do that.
Perhaps a bit earlier. I assume that Cub is going to be going out into the woods dressed as a werewolf and chasing Fraulein.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. But we are going to do a Halloween one. That's for sure.
Well, it's
So,
on Sunday in exactly 6 weeks, so that should be fun.
uh, don't tell them the secret date.
Well, I mean, it gives it away. Okay, so we have completed our first section. A little cheer, yay!
Yoo-hoo.
And
So,
now we move on to movie trailers.
yeah, do we? Okay. Uh, so which trailers have you seen, Greg?
The ones you asked me to see: Matrix, No Time to Die, Adam's Family 2, Dune, and I threw in the Batman.
Yeah, okay.
Have you seen that one?
Is there a new one?
Yeah, I think it's new. I hadn't seen it before. Maybe you'd seen
Okay.
it previously. I think it's a movie coming out next year, The Batman.
Is this the one I don't care for?
I'm not sure. You might have talked about it, but I didn't. I
Is
didn't
it
hear
is
you
it from
discuss it.
is it
If you
from
talk about stuff on other streams, it doesn't count because our listeners here, mostly don't hear the other streams.
hey, is it the one from this director who already fudged up Planet of the Apes here?
I don't.
And
I don't know. I didn't even know they were making another Batman movie. So
yeah,
it just when you said to check on the new trailers, that was one of the deals that popped up, and so I figured you'd if I didn't watch it, you'd definitely want to talk about it. That's how that works.
yeah, yes, it is from the director who also it's from the Cloverfield director who also
Oh,
destroyed.
Cloverfield, huh?
Yeah, and who also destroyed the Planet of the Apes franchise with his stupid takes on it.
Oh, the new Planet of the Apes movies. He's the one who did that. I
Yes,
wasn't a fan of those.
yeah, he's the one who did that. And my problem with this guy is his connection to Jar Jar Abrams and bad reboot. So I'm really, really, really not a fan of these guys who comes from this connection, like Kurtzman and so on. And he maybe is not. He's not like Kurtzman and these other hacks. He clearly is a decent director, but still this connection and to have
Who
it.
is it they have playing this new Batman character? He seemed kind of slight or
Yes,
small.
it's a Twilight guy here, Pattinson.
Yeah,
Robert
I don't
Pattinson.
know. My general impression was a twig boy trying to play Batman.
Yes,
It's like somebody who's like a twig. You could reach out and snap them.
yeah, yeah. I agree on that. For me, he is really not the Batman
Batman
type.
needs to be physically imposing, or it doesn't. One of the problems I have with the Charlie's Angels reboot and the other things is they have these very small women, in cocktail dresses and high heels who are able to defeat whole rooms full of big, strong, giant guys who should be able to fight, but apparently can't. And it's the suspension of disbelief that you have to give them. It's different if you're talking about Buffy or Xena, and they're supposed to have like superpowers and it's a campy kind of thing. But if you're
Yes,
talking about you're supposed to be watching a serious movie, semi-serious, where this is actually supposed to be real, that these people can do it. Well, if you're using very slight people uh, who basically would have no chance in a real fight, if you've been in real fights, you'd know that it's really hard. It takes you out of being able to enjoy the movie because it's just so ridiculous. I can't believe that these people are able to do what they're doing. Of course, it's the movies, so the stunt people have to just jump back like they've been hit. but these people have no weight behind their attacks. They've got no strength. They're unable to do what they're doing, and it's very obvious. And I think that's what might hurt this new Batman movie.
Yes, I see it exactly the same way. When you have a character like Batman, he really, from my point of view, it has to be also kind of a rough guy. That you also have to believe that he can be.
He has violence in him.
Yeah, he has violence in him, and that he can be ruthless when he has to. And this is also a thing that I just don't see in this Pattinson. He comes off more like you have seen it in so many roles.
I think they destroyed their deal just with the casting. They've destroyed their movie.
Yes, and also I have found out that the director was not even his choice. The Pattinson guy, I think.
And you hate the director, so a bad director who gets stuck with the
yeah, with it was not even his, yes, he was not even his first choice. So he is. I can't stand the director anyway. But he is not even able to show his vision of this Batman, and this is the same situation like with Zack Snyder and his Justice League movie, because
or the Han Solo movie where they saddled the director with that Aaron what's his name?
Not Han Solo, because Han Solo, I like the directors here. These two guys who made the Lego movie. I thought,
but they got
give them a chance.
The Solo movie. They got stuck with the casting of this of Solo because Spielberg was friends. They even talked about it, and they were so proud of it that they had 1,000 people come in for the casting, but the very first one was the one who was chosen, and he was the one who had who was friends with Spielberg or whatever.
Oh, really? Didn't know that. Okay,
no,
so
yeah,
it is the same situation.
Alden Ehrenreich or whatever. Yes, and so the directors got stuck with him. They didn't choose him. It was no fair casting call. That was already rigged for that guy. And it's like, oh, what a surprise! The very first one and he was the very first one because it was all rigged, and they admitted as much, and they were proud of it until the movie flopped, and then it's not talked about. But if you go back to the original press releases, you'll see that.
Oh, okay. No, didn't know that. And as I said with Justice League. There was also
he got 2 bottles of wine for 15 pounds. Why not? He said.
God, that completely ripped him off. I would never pay more than €2 for a bottle of wine. But normally,
but those are pounds. So who knows what they're actually worth?
I get that's true. Maybe. I think 15 pounds.
That's probably a good deal. You better spend them now before they're worth even less. I would put all your money into wine.
Yes, I think 15 pounds are €3 or something like that, or maybe €2. So yes, it was really a good deal, Jess. Really a good deal that you put your worthless money, printed paper, changed your worthless printed paper into something
like wine.
Like wine.
That's Cub being positive. You see how I work on him?
Yes, and also I'm proud of Jess that he admits his connection to French, and I'm sure
French?
He has
because of wine.
Yeah,
he didn't say where his wine was from.
Yeah, I'm sure
he has. That could be a good American wine.
I'm sure he has some French roots or something like that, and I'm pretty sure he secretly runs around through London here, like in Jekyll and Hyde, with a baguette under his arm, and here this stupid hat here from the Frenchman. What you call it?
Maybe he runs around like in Split Second. where the creature running around London and
Yeah.
Rutger Howard with the big gun. That would be more like Jez. He
Yes,
says it's Aussie one. And is that like from South? Where would that be?
Australia?
Australia, maybe. It's not Aussie. It's Aussie. I don't know. Maybe that's America. Maybe that's what they call us now. God, who knows? He'll tell us, I'm sure. Okay, so we covered that, and you weren't even going to do the Batman. You said specifically not to mention it, and yet we went through it anyway. Okay, so
Yes.
Addams Family 2 is the next on the list.
Yes, Addams Family 2.
It's animated.
I thought the second trailer was not so much different from the first trailer.
It's very similar.
Yes, I got this feeling. I thought, huh? But there's just one thing in it, maybe one new thing, which I also thought is not appropriate, where they say when Wednesday was born on a Tuesday. They made a throwaway joke to date her backstory, which I couldn't stand this thing, because yes, it's kind of a decent joke. Oh, Wednesday, she was born on a Tuesday, but why do that? Or did you know that? Because I've seen everything Addams Family, and they never mentioned on which day Wednesday was born. So they kind of make up some backstory for their characters, which is a thing I always I really don't like that.
Yeah, that's clearly just part of a joke. I guess they didn't think it was harmful.
Yeah, and also these new versions, I think they are very mediocre. It's the last one I was not a fan of. I thought the story was how they tell the story. It's not the story itself. The story itself is a typical Addams Family adventure, but it's so told not in a believable way, the last one. And this one, when they go on vacation, I think they go the road of the TV series, of one of the TV series, where they took had this vehicle and went on vacation. If you can remember that, I think it was
from the 60s.
Yes, it was the first animated TV series.
Oh, I'm not sure. I can't remember that. Been too long.
Yeah, I think when we got the first, of course, because I made a review on it, I still have it in my head, and so the first one was this storyline where they got this vehicle where they live in. What you call this kind of vehicle? Living vehicle, or what you call it?
Recreational vehicle, RV.
Yes, RV. I think RV. It's called.
Yeah, stands for recreational vehicle. Usually, it's a big box on wheels that you drive around in. You can park and hook up your utilities in a RV park. They have them all over the country. I don't know if y'all have anything like that over there in Europe.
Yes, we have that caravan. Yes, thanks, Jess. Caravan is called, and normally it's not used by the Germans. It's more used by the Dutch people here, by the Holland.
I think the ones over here are probably a lot bigger than the ones over there. If I know America.
Yeah, and we are constantly making fun of that fact that this Dutch people, they come here to Germany with these caravans, and I think that they go through whole Europe. They're kind of it's kind of cliche here in Germany. Yeah, but
Well, they probably have a lot of fun driving around in their caravans, though.
yeah, probably. And so
Well, you don't have to
yes,
pay for hotels and things like that. I can see where it would be economical.
yeah. So I'm not a fan of
You're not a
this
fan of a lot of things. Just
of this of this storyline in general. That Adam Simile take this caravan and go on journeys with it. I think the Adam Simile they work best in their castle. Or in
Movie Massacre says to Germans traveling is bad? Question mark. And just as they have fun, that's why Cub hates it. Sorry,
Yes.
Cub. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. So as I said, I like because the TV show for me the gold standard for Adam Family is of course the black and white TV show.
Yeah.
And the very 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 good adaptations from Barry Sonnenfeld and the second one is my favorite one, but the first one is also very good. And so this is the gold standard. And
I would agree with that.
yeah, and okay, to compare it to what is going on here with the new one, I the new one has this old style from the original cartoon, which this is the only plus I give it. I give to this new version, that it stays true to the original drawings. But that's it. I think they don't get the tone. They are just too. They don't get this dark satire.
Right.
There are just too many normal jokes in there. So slapstick or what you call it. But this is not the Addams Family. This new version reminds me so much on this TV show that came, the latest TV show that was this a flop, where they also didn't get the tone right. They constantly threw in these jokes, which sometimes didn't make any sense. Normally, people have to die in these situations, and but they didn't. And but in the Addams Family, this is not how Addams Family works normally. You have, yes, of course, you have there some supernatural elements in there, but still they are not so overplayed. It's really more that the fact that this family doesn't see themselves as villains or something like that, or people who can do wrong. They think, and also they don't see in other people's also constantly enemies. They see in everybody a friend at first, and they are
Kind of
not
like Texan.
yeah they kind of they are not evil or something like that. So it's a very hard to describe.
I mean, we usually make friends easily. Jez says neither did the old show. That did not capture the original cartoon strip.
Yes,
So,
Jess is right. But the old show, at least, it went its own way and got a perfect balance. And this perfect balance I'm missing. I'm missing that. You
it
got
did
it.
have a really good balance.
Yeah, you got it also in the Barry Sonnenfeld adaptations.
The casting was critical.
Yeah, and now in these new ones, I just don't. I can't put my. I can't care
I don't
for
think they can
any
do
of these
dark.
characters.
They don't
Yeah.
understand dark, and they can't do it.
Yeah,
Not with any kind of a subtle hand.
Yeah, so for me, this is a weird mixture. So they stay with they take the old drawings and make from them 3D animations, which I'm not a fan of this 3D technique anyway. But okay, let's say we go with that. But then they don't take it seriously. They just make these throwaway jokes and have this slapstick elements and so on, and so I don't really care because I don't fear for anybody. There are no consequences for anything that happens there. So yeah, let's see. This new trailer, as I said, I'm not really convinced. You have some throwaway jokes in there, and it looks kind of the same tone like the first movie. And I wasn't a fan from the first movie, so we are going to watch it and talk about it. What do you think,
then,
Greg?
Yeah, huh? I've already said what I have to say. I agree basically. I can't really say that it hasn't captured the spirit of it, so it doesn't interest me. But we can check it out and see how it turns out. It's just a trailer, so who knows, right? Try to stay optimistic, Cub, and we'll move on to our next one. Next trailer is Dune. And I thought...
said I should try to stay optimistic, and then you come up with Dune.
Yes, I didn't hate the trailer. It visually, it looks stunning. I'm not sure of a lot of things about the storyline. I'm worried about how they're going to write this thing, but I like the visuals, and I've read the original books and I've seen the 80s movies, and I would like a beautifully shot sci-fi movie. You know, it cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm hoping they did a good job with it. I didn't see anything in the trailer that made me hate the movie coming out.
Yes, I agree on that. There was nothing in the trailer that made me hate it, but this 3-minute trailer whatsoever, I thought it was kind of boring. I was just a little bit bored. Because there was nothing that really grabbed me. I said, "Oh my God, I want to see how this thing happens, or what is going on there." This main character didn't really stick out for me.
I agree with that. It didn't stick out. Of course, I've read the book and I've seen the previous ones. This is a big, sweeping, epic story. So if you're talking a 3-minute trailer, the best you're going to get is a little taste. And the taste I got was good. And Jez says proper reviewers, that's not us, say it's pretty good. And I don't watch any other reviewers on stuff when we're going to be talking about it.
Yes, and
I stopped watching other reviewers.
Yeah, and I can't stand proper reviewers. You know that.
I don't know who proper reviewers are, but
every other reviewer.
Some people like it out there.
Yeah, but
so
I can't.
Is the movie out yet?
Yeah, but Greg, I can't stand people who like stuff. You know that.
I know. But I'm pretty optimistic, and I'm trying to stay optimistic. And surely we're due for some decent movies. I just feel like something good's gonna come down the pike. I enjoyed like King Kong versus Godzilla. I thought it was a big upgrade from the 1960s version, and I didn't mind the CG. Right? That normally would be the criteria, right? You'd say, is it as good as the previous?
Please, but the 1960s version looked much more realistic. Please.
Right? Well, it was just so good. At least when you're young, you remember it quite fondly. and I waited how many decades for my remake, and I enjoyed it because the people with me enjoyed it, and Kathy liked it, Basil liked it. Yeah, it was just a popular movie, so it just gives you a feel that I'm leaning towards liking stuff if at all possible. If they don't go out of their way to insult me and they're kind of fun, and in this one, I've read the book way back then. I've seen the other movie with Sting. It's a good story. Hopefully, they won't mess it up.
Yes, I'm going to watch it. The trailer didn't really hook me, but it also didn't turn me completely off.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah.
I like the visuals though. The visuals look decent, and so I'm really hopeful for this movie. I guess that's about all we can say about it, and we'll move on to the next one, which is one I think you didn't like, but once again, I'm hopeful for, is The Matrix. Now, people were saying this one's a reboot. My looking at it, I think it's a continuation, and we've got Neo is considerably older, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to think about this movie yet. I'm hoping that it's going to be good. Once again, I wasn't turned off. A lot of people, at least over in your other stream that we do on Wednesdays at Digital Pollution, the people were not happy with it. But I didn't see anything that made me angry, and I'm hopeful that it's a decent movie. I mean, is that fair?
The problem what I have with this new Matrix Part 4 whatsoever, reboot, remake, reimagination, continuation, is the fact first here the Wachowskis, they look to me like one-hit wonders. They made some decent stuff back then, like the first Matrix, and on V, like Vendetta, they were just producers, but it is a decent movie. It's not a good movie, but yes, it's an entertaining one at least. Then you have complete crap like Speed Racer and what was there?
So the director has got you worried.
Yeah. So yes, and Jupiter Ascending and things like that. Really, you get one flop after another, and also the continuations of Matrix showed clearly that they had no clue what they were doing. They just were making things stuff up. And
you're talking the previous sequels, Matrix 2 and 3?
Yeah, Matrix 2 and 3, they just made stuff up here from the story and stretched out the visuals. Was this kind of the same, but we saw them already, and so just we get to see them again and again. And
I think you could throw out the second and third movies, and I'm hoping this one will be the proper sequel, and they won't have any more sequels, and they'll just end the movie, and it'll be good. I know that's really unrealistic hopes, but that's my hope, is that there isn't any more sequels to this thing, but this movie kind of does away with the second and third and just ends this on a good note. The first movie was a very good experience, a cinematic masterpiece, and the second and third ruined it. I wish they could just eliminate those and come back and make us a good movie. They owe us a good movie.
Yes, but I can tell you something about this new Matrix. It's the first part of a trilogy again. They already said that. So for me...
Did they? Dang
yes,
it.
They did. And so for me, this kind of looks like a cheap
money grab
kind of thing.
Damn
because you have get so many hints in this trailer that it is a reboot, even if it is also at the same time a continuation of the story. They say yeah, this is it continuous, but kind of, I think everybody has forgotten or whatever, and so he has to experience it again because they all these old ones were in a matrix or something like that, were also in the matrix the whole adventure, what or something like that. This is the hints that I get from the trailer.
Yeah, Jez is saying we already saw the blue-haired chick in the trailer. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's really just like I have a bad feeling about it, because the Wachowskis, they really didn't haven't proven themselves till now for me. It's really just this one good movie, Matrix, and this decent one which they are have just produced here, we like Vendetta, and that's kind of that's it. Just said here. This TV series, what's its name? Sense8. Yeah, I tried to watch it. Couldn't even get to through the second episode. It was not for me. I
No, you're
really,
bringing me down. I was all happy.
yeah, and
So you're saying there's no chance it's going to be good?
yes,
The director's horrible. The writing's bad.
no, there's always a chance it can be good. I hope I'm wrong.
I'm going to hang on to that chance.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong on this one, but it doesn't look promising, and also it really doesn't make any sense to come up.
Do you
with
know
the
when
Matrix.
it's coming out?
Yeah, I think December or not.
Okay, so this year. We'll be able to talk about it at the end of the year then.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is, the timing is so off, because, and also oh yeah, we have to talk. There's another trailer we have to talk about.
There's only one left.
Yeah, but I have another one I forgot put on the list, but I'm sure you have seen it. So, and yeah, but I'm going to remind you in a few minutes.
That's great.
So
You give me these lists right before the show, like 10 minutes before the show. Like, oh, be sure to watch all these trailers.
hey, but 10 minutes are much more time than 5 minutes, or not?
Well, or you wait until the show's actually halfway over, and then you're like, oh, I'm adding more.
Yes, like I'm going to do in a few minutes.
Okay, December 22nd. So we can talk about it on our Christmas stream.
Yeah, we can do that, and also the timing when this movie is coming out this year, in the middle of the pandemic, because Matrix has so much to do with what is going on in this moment.
Oh well, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, and
that could take an hour by itself.
And
we don't want to do that.
And I'm really concerned about movies and TV series that have something in common with the pandemic and come out just right in this moment, like the new Stand version, like the new Utopia.
You think it'll be used for some type of propaganda or whatever?
Yeah, yeah. And the best example for my worries are this stupid Brave New World show. Because Brave New World, this new version, I already talked about it, but I left out so many things in my review. For starters, the fact in Brave New World, there are hints and at rich people and so on. Like Ford is praised there like God, they say in Ford's name, and so on. And one of these people was also Disney in the novel. And so I'm kind of concerned I was kind of concerned when I saw that Disney is making a Brave New World TV series, because this is really, it's like with Utopia. In Utopia, there is in the original one, it is about this pandemic that is used, that people get vaccinated, and it is just the vaccination which is the problem, because they want to reduce the world population with the vaccination in the original story. And I said in two of my videos that I think Amazon is behind the pandemic, because it's the company that make the most profits of the pandemic. 200 billion last year, this year even more. And when I said that in my videos, these were the videos that got banned. And by the way, these were also the videos where you were a guest on, Greg, if you can remember.
Everything that I'm a guest on that he has gets banned. And
Yes.
remember, Amazon Prime, you get free shipping.
Yeah. So
with your membership.
So when I saw that from all companies, Amazon bought the rights to Utopia and made a remake that has nothing to do with this pandemic whatsoever, like the original version, like the British version, I thought, yeah, this is great. So let the thief buy the evidence so he can mess with it. And this is the same case, kind of. We get another movie that is themed, which themes go with the pandemic, and we have it, of course, made by Hollywood, even by some hacks, and so I don't think it is going to use the opportunity to open the eyes of the viewers. It is more.
But you could be wrong. Maybe it will be a good movie, and maybe it will do what the Matrix does and open people's eyes with the red pill. Doc Bullocks is in the chat. He says Amazon Prime comes with free banning. He also says Cub's Corner turn on Super Chat so 30% of the money goes to his people.
You know
who his people are?
Yes, of course. The other Brits, I guess. So clearly, or what do you think he's talking about?
I think I know exactly who he's talking about, but I'm not going to say.
Yeah. So
because I'm on a German stream, and I'm from Texas.
Yeah. We don't have free speech here like you in Texas. You know that.
Right, but I've got to be careful. If I talk really freely, you'd get banned.
Yes, and also if you are criticizing the host, you get in trouble too. You know that.
That's true.
It's even worse.
Right.
So so much for Matrix. I'm not looking forward to it.
Last movie well, plus the one you've added that I don't know about is No Time to Die.
Yeah.
So I just watched this, and I'll give you my impressions. Again, another visually stunning set of shots. Cinematically, it looks good. There's some great shots of the roads and the mountains, and as always, Bond films, they put money into it. I did notice that we saw almost none of this black girl who's the new, I don't know, 007. They were really pushing that in the initial trailer, but now we see almost none of her. They are making Bond kind of look old and decrepit or something. I was picking up an edge of something I wasn't quite sure of, but I felt like it was the end of a great franchise. Did you get that feeling?
Yeah, it looked like kind of as you say, kind of a goodbye, and also this trailer, yes, it didn't have so much woke elements in it like the other ones, and it didn't had so many scenes with the best friend of Captain Marvel, this black woman. I
Oh, that's
don't
who she
know.
is. I,
Yeah,
I forgot. Okay, that's where I've seen her.
yeah. I completely forgot her name, and I
I
don't
have
think
too. I
she's
don't
not
remember
that.
her from very many things.
Yeah, I don't think she's that great of an actress, but I don't know because seeing her in a crappy movie like Crap Marvel with this script, sorry, you you can't really tell from this from the
Yeah,
lines that she
it's
had
really
there.
unfair to the actresses the way they write these, woke movies or whatever you want to call them. They don't give them any range. They don't give them any character flaws, and so you don't get to see the actresses perform like you would normally see in a older movie.
Yeah, in a decent movie. So I don't know. I have to see. I have to see it because but I know there is another actor in there which I can't, even two other actors in there which I can't stand. It's this German guy. I also forgot his name, who constantly gets Oscars when he shows up in Hollywood. Uh, what's his name again?
You're
Christoph Waltz.
German, and if you can't remember him, how am I going to remember?
He's not German. He's Austrian or something like that. Austrian.
Doc says the franchise died after License to Kill.
No, the franchise died here with Spectre. Spectre was worst movie, James Bond movie ever made, ever. It was so bad. I would
It was
never ever
boring.
would. Oh my god! It was really a hit in your face when you are a Bond fan. I can't see any Bond fan sitting through the
I think
Spectre.
Jez has a point calling them Bourne movies. I don't see Craig as a Bond character.
Yeah, yeah. I give that to Jess. He's right. I didn't care so much, maybe because I don't care for Bond so much anyway.
I really like the old Sean Connery version, and Roger Moore had some decent outings, although he's trapped in the 70s, But it was fun seeing him, in Louisiana fighting gators and whatnot. It's a different, totally different style. And then the later ones with Dalton and stuff were good.
Yeah, yes, I think
Each one of them has its own charm.
I think they really robbed themselves of the chance to have a great Bond with Dalton. I would really have liked to see more with him. I don't mind Pierce Brosnan. I thought he was an okay Bond. But still, this Daniel Craig, yeah, I see the point of Jess, because at first I didn't mind him so much here with Casino Royale and so on, but then it is I fell for the trap that I didn't see the damage done to the character. When you get a decent new introduction, like here with Force Awakens, I directly saw this is crap. But many people didn't see that. They thought, okay, it's kind of a competent movie, decent whatsoever. Didn't see the big picture, the destruction of the characters, and I also didn't see that with the Craig here Daniel Craig movies. Now I see it, and yeah, I have to say, Daniel Craig is not really a rewatchable Bond. When you want to rewatch the Bond movies with Daniel Craig, he's not. It's not that entertaining, and I don't like it. I don't do it, by the way. These are the least watched Bond movies from all the Bond movies. The ones with Daniel Craig. I watched them just one time and had never the urge to go back to them. And the other ones I watched several times. So yeah, I think he's really not a good choice for Bond.
I'm not even going to comment on the modern Star Wars movies.
Yeah,
How I feel about them. They're god awful. Okay, so what was the last trailer that you're adding that I may not have seen?
Picard Part 2. The Picard trailer, the new Picard trailer for the second season.
Oh,
Because
Picard. No, I think I may have seen it, but
yeah, they released
it
the
was
second
kind of
one.
forgettable.
Yeah, they released the second one 1 or 2 weeks ago. And in this second one, the first one you just got to see 7 of 9 without transplant and Q, of course, at the end. And in the second one, you get a little bit more. You get to see how Q
That's
snips.
right. I saw Q. He was really old.
Yeah, he snips his finger, and then they are back in time. It's a time travel story, as we already thought. And what was something, they do something that they have to change, repair, put right, whatever. But my problem with this trailer is it seems like it plays nowadays. They are walking around in the year 2020, I think, on Earth. So yeah, this is really a good way to that you don't have to show special effects, or if you have a show that plays out in space, a science fiction show, please don't show any spacecrafts or star fighting here. Please don't show the universe. Show Earth, because that's of course what we want to see as science fiction fans.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah,
but it's
for
cheap.
a show that for a show, by the way, that plays out in the future. So you don't even get to see future Earth. We see it looks like that a huge portion of the show plays just nowadays. Yes, that's for starters. But then you see these god awful characters we couldn't stand from the first season. You see this this black woman. What's her name? That constantly was telling
The drug addict.
Yes, this drug addict character.
I forget her name.
I think Poochie was her name, or not?
That sounds right. I'm going to call her Poochie, whatever her name is.
Yes, Poochie. Yeah, you see Poochie, which most people couldn't stand because she came out of nowhere. And then we have to just buy that she's best friends with Picard, and we know for a fact she isn't.
And she's also extremely insulting, like all the rest of them.
Yes, and like a best friend, because like with us, Greg, we are constantly insulting each other, because that's what best friends do, right?
I think they do if they're British. Cha-ching. Sorry.
You might mean Poochie is maybe British, or
I think she's British, and we know Picard. He's supposed to be French, but come on, he's British.
Yeah, but didn't they make out that she's American?
They insult each other constantly.
But didn't they make out that she's American and I think even Texan or something like that?
Yeah, I'm not allowing her to be Texan. Yeah.
Hey, maybe that's the science. No, maybe that's the science fiction fantasy element. that they show a rude American or even a rude Texan person.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's the fantasy element in there. They have to make something up at least. So yes, and oh my God, we see.
Well, so you're not looking forward to season 2 then?
Yeah, and also we see in the trailer this pumpkin face woman, which was so important which was so important in the first season. What was her name? Pucci 2, I think. So the other Pucci. And she is also there. And so we know exactly these characters are going to be the main characters. And Picard is just there to get yelled at or get insulted or to give excuse for being a man or something like that. But he's not a man anymore. He's a robot anyway.
He's a robot. He's a robot, as they said in Westworld, 1973. Now that was a good movie.
Yes.
The robots are revolting, I think, was the exact line.
Yeah, but he's a robot that is not revolting, by the way.
Give him time.
Yeah, but at least in the first season, the other robots were revolting. But Picard is the complete opposite of that, even as a robot. So
Jez says he's a fracking robot.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, and you can bet I'm not going to remake neither my Matrix review nor my Cub versus Fake Track review for stupid Picard season 2 or for stupid Matrix 4. No, if they spill out more of this crap, maybe I do a fourth video. In Matrix, I will do a second video. Maybe.
Well, Movie Massacre kind of confirms that the British have a different style of humor that doesn't go over well in the States. So I think he's confirming what we were saying about.
No, that was a joke because, of course, British don't have any humor, and to saying they have a humor is funny. So
according to Jez, they need graphs and diagrams to explain themselves. And if you got to explain a joke, then it's really not funny. But
yes,
maybe it is funny to them. So an inside joke inside of their island.
Who knows? We will never know because I think they drive even on the wrong side of the road. They put milk.
Well, the one who might know is Movie Massacre. He says he lives in the States, but he's from England, so he has a unique perspective. And they do drive on the wrong side of the road. It's a miracle they don't all hit each other.
Yeah, but I think he's more on the U.S. side. His coin falls more on the U.S. side because he's really funny and he seems to be a nice guy, and also he's not constantly insulting me. So I had no clue that he has British roots. Really?
Yeah. See how much you learn if you read the chat.
Yeah, so
okay, so I guess we move on to our next thing. We finally made it past phase 2, which was our movie trailers, and a movie that Cub had me watch just came out called Malignant.
Yes, Malignant.
2021.
Yeah, and Greg, can you tell the people why I told you or asked you to watch *Malignant*? What is it with this movie? Do you know anything about the director?
No, I didn't investigate it at all. I just watched it last night. So you tossed it on me and I watched it, but I didn't have a chance to research it. So who is the director?
Yeah, the director is a guy. His name is James Wan.
All right. I did see that.
Yeah.
I was going to comment on that, but it was an interesting movie.
Yes, it was.
When it first came on, you have this unbelievably badly written boyfriend character who acts like a teenager. He's watching. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just for the people, let's tell them who James Wan is. Why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why the movie?
You need to start this off.
So James Wan, he is the guy who directed and created Saw, and he is producer on the Saw franchise.
I never liked the
So
Saw movies. I consider that torture porn.
yes, me too, but it's still, I wouldn't say it's a bad movie. The first one is not a bad movie. It is entertaining. It is not.
I've
It's
never
not
understood
that.
why nudity is such a taboo, but chopping people into bits is cool. I mean, I grew up watching Halloween and Friday the 13th and stuff, but that's one level. This Saw is a ridiculous exaggeration of it to a point that it's stomach turning.
Yeah, okay, but I can see the entertainment factor in the Saw
I'm not
franchise.
criticizing. People have a
Uh,
right to watch it.
I at least the first movie I would give a pass, saying, yeah, it's not for me, but you get entertained. It had a nice premise, I would say, a nice premise which was executed competently. I would say that. I would say yes. Give it a try. If somebody likes horror movies, uh, probably he's going to enjoy the first one. And for the whole series, yes, of course, the first one normally is a complete story, and it finishes at the end. You don't have to. You don't need a part two or three or whatever, but because it was a success, and then they made up the story as they went along and brought back the dead killer and things like that, with all kinds of tricks. And yeah, I'm not a fan of the continuations, but still, I see that they are kind of entertaining if you like that, but not every one of them. Think till part six, they're kind of entertaining, and after that, they try to reboot, and yeah, but okay. But he also directed Fast and Furious Part 7.
Oh, there you go. Of course, in the chat, Jez and Movie Massacre have agreed that the original Halloween was a great movie. One of Jez's favorite horror movies of all time. Maybe, oh, it is his favorite of all time.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, as I said, James Wong, he also directed a Furious 7, but he's best known for his Conjuring movies, and he also made Insidious.
Those I like those movies.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's probably where I remember him from.
yes, and
I mean, they weren't masterpieces, but they were decent, watchable movies. Something you have some popcorn and a friend over, and not bad. Nothing to really complain about. Nobody's angry. Nowadays, that's a huge thing. You know,
yeah,
I
he at
know
least
it's
he made the
sad, but
first two Conjuring movies. The third one somebody else directed,
yeah, you could
and
see the difference.
now the elephant in the room. He also directed Aquaman,
Hmm.
which
Well,
was
not a
uh,
bad movie. I
uh,
was surprised that it wasn't a horrible movie. I mean, you hand somebody the Aquaman character, and they turn you back a movie that's watchable. Pretty good.
yes, and for people who are interested in that, he's also directing in this moment the new Aquaman Part Two. Here in 2020 comes out 2020, and also he is involved in the new Salem Slot movie as a
Ah,
producer.
well, that sounds
Oh
interesting. So let's get into the actual movie.
yes, let's get into the actual
Malignant
movie, Malignant.
2021,
Yes,
directed by James Wan. An
yeah, I
evil boyfriend at the very beginning. The girl, his girlfriend, is pregnant, and he, for no apparent reason, uh, back slaps her up into the wall when her head bangs against the wall. She's actually bleeding from the back of her head, and he ends up getting murdered. But when the very first thing about this movie, I was like, oh my god, this boyfriend character was so unbelievably badly written that I didn't believe the interaction. Maybe it's because nowadays all the males are so, it's like they don't know how to write male characters or something, and they write these caricatures, and so he's this idiot boy who badly abuses his girlfriend who's pregnant. I don't know anyone who would do anything like that. Anyway, so the very start of it, I thought, man, this is going to be a bad movie, but the movie surprised me.
Yes, and also, didn't you get the feeling, at least in the beginning when the movie began, that it is really more like a Conjuring movie, some type of that?
Yeah,
Not
I
so
know
much.
what you're saying.
Yeah. So not so much over the top, but decent.
You thought there was going to be a supernatural element because they had shown some flashbacks where they were talking through like radios and stuff. So you knew there was, and light bulbs were exploding. They didn't really pursue that too much, although we're talking about a series of murders here, and the murderer has basically very advanced powers. He's able to move quite fast.
Yes.
Almost like a wraith or something like that. I thought it was a supernatural creature to start with. I guess we're doing spoilers on this. Are we doing spoilers?
Yeah, let's. Okay. First off, we give. I would say we give a recommendation. Oh, what do you say?
Okay. My recommendation is I really like this movie. I was surprised, and I really like the movie. I think it's an excellent movie with Halloween coming up. This is a good 2021 pick for Halloween type movie.
Yes, we are going to do that this time, first time ever. For people who maybe rewatch the stream and haven't watched it till now, it's a new movie which I would also recommend for different reasons, but still, if you haven't seen it and if you like horror movies,
maybe pop out and watch the movie and then come back.
Yes, just to stay fair.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask you, because it's a brand new movie and it's actually a good movie. I started out, I thought I wasn't going to like it, and I ended up liking it. So I did want to warn people myself.
Yeah. So I would say we are going to talk the next 20 minutes about the movie, or maybe longer. And
wow.
So let's spoil the hell out of it, because we can't talk about it without spoilers, because that's the interesting parts. So yes, and what do you this story with this twin, did it remind you on something, on another movie, another old horror movie?
I'm sure it did, but I can't think of it.
Yeah, Basket Case. Can you remember the Basket Case movie where you had this evil twin, which was removed? You had this this ugly monster thing, which they said this is the twin brother or whatever. They removed it after birth. From somebody, and hide it from him, and then this twin monster brother whatsoever, it's
was
just
he down in the cellar or something?
Yeah, he just 2 arms and a head, and it looks really cheap. It's a Frank Halen-Lotter movie. If you have heard of this director, he makes this crazy stuff like Frankenhooker.
I think I saw it, but probably in the middle of the night. And a long time ago. When did that come out?
Yeah, Oh, 1980 or 1982 or something like
Yeah,
that.
so I would have seen it in the 80s probably, and
Yeah.
basically
So,
forgotten it.
so
I have
this,
a vague memory.
yeah. So this ugly monster brother, he, I think he finds his brother, or otherwise I can't remember. But when they find each other again, they want to go on a revenge spree for the doctors and nurses who were in the operation to separate them. They want to take revenge on them and kill them. And after that, he tries to put him again on here that they are not separated anymore. It's a really crazy movie.
To rejoin with him?
Yes, we join with him. It's really, and for people who haven't seen it, maybe not many people have seen it, which is understandable. It's really more like secret tip, I would say, but it's not a good
Jill
movie.
says it was from 82.
Yeah, he's right. But you have seen the parody.
I'm going to have to check it out.
Yeah, you have seen the parody on it in a Simpsons special. It is where Hugo, it's called the episode, the brother of Bart.
I remember that.
Yes, and then
That's what it's based on.
Yeah, that is what is. But it's much. The Simpsons episode is much better than the thing it parodies. But it is kind of. It is like because Hugo, he comes back and he wants to. He lives in the walls of here the Simpson house, and they thought he was the bad twin, but in fact, of course, Bart was the bad twin.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That's right. Yes. So so this reminded me a little bit on that this plot here in Malignant or whatever, and you get a hint on that in the first scenes. The first scenes they remind me a little bit on Reanimator. Can you remember in Reanimator, the first one? It starts out in Germany or Switzerland or whatever. They talk German there, and where you see how Adam West here kills his first patient or something like that. Can you remember the introduction from the first movie?
No.
Yeah, in the first Reanimator, it starts out in as I said, I think in Switzerland or Austria or whatever, some German place where they talk German and say, "Oh, Dr. Gruber, whatsoever, what is happening?" And then you see how this monster he turns into a zombie or whatever, and then they say, "Oh, you have killed him," and then Adam West says, "No, I tried to save his life," or something like that, and then the psycho music starts, and you get here
well, that was a classic.
Yeah, it was a classic, but you get this scene in the beginning, and this
Movie Massacre says Juan said it's an homage to a lot of old horror movies.
Yes, he's completely
so he's
right.
talking about our movie Malignant.
Yes, of course, but we come to that. First, the beginning, the first scene. I just wanted to say it reminded me on Reanimator because we have again this fight scene.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah,
I can see that now.
Yeah, and so it goes on, and you think at the beginning you think it's a normal horror movie with a fantastic element maybe, but then it completely turns into something completely crazy, and it is this.
It is a normal horror movie with a different element. I don't know. It is crazy too, though.
Don't you think the first of the plot is this main character, she has kind of dreams, and she went to you have this effect where she is watching how a creature is killing people around her. A
Right. Well,
creature.
people are dying. They're not actually next to her. They're in other locations, but she can see it happening.
Yes,
And
she can.
it's like it's around her because her what environment changes to match like their apartment, and then she sees them die. But
Yes,
what's actually happening is, I guess I'll tell them, she has a twin that was grown into her back, and they cut it out except for part of the brain, which they pushed in and sealed off. And when her boyfriend slammed her into the wall, it awoke this twin after 20 years or however long, and it has some supernatural powers. It can explode light bulbs and talk through speakers and call on phones. But its main ability is to be able to take over her body and walk in the other direction. Not just walk. I mean, this thing moves like, I'd say, I wrote down, it moves like Cub moving through a Berlin police line.
yeah.
Right?
But no, she moves successfully through the line. I have to talk the police to let me go. But she's not so much about talking. She's
No.
really more about killing in hilarious ways. To put it in this way, it's really a gore fest. Or won't you say so? For a big studio production, I think Warner Brothers. You normally don't see this kind of horror movie, which is really more like, as I said, Basket Case, or I would say Trauma. Here, Atomic Hero.
Basil Battle Dragons in the chat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Basil, you were always welcome here. Let's see. Do I have still the no? Ugh,
I don't know if he's got internet where he's at. He's got limited internet.
yeah. Okay.
It's like Movie Massacre. It'd be hard for him to stream, I think. But you're welcome if you want to, Basil. I could send you a link.
Yeah, yeah. If he wants to, send him a link. He's has an open invitation in here anyway. So
Yeah, he's a good guy.
yeah, yeah. Americans and Texans in general don't need a visum to get in here, like some other people.
Now, they've been hanging out with us, so that's nice.
Yeah, yeah, of course. So, yeah. So we get this over the top killing scenes, which really reminded me on a trauma movie or something like that. Like when the heads get completely destroyed, when people lie and arms are ripped off, and then he takes the arm and beats the cops, for example. And then you have also this Matrix style fighting scenes, I think. Well, it's really
Yeah. You know what else it reminded me of was the first Terminator, where he goes through the police station, killing so many. I mean, I
Yes.
don't think I've seen a police station get annihilated at that level since then.
Yeah, yes, and also this she has control over electricity or something like that.
Yeah,
Did I get that right?
yeah, she definitely does, and she can talk through radios, remember, and call on cell phones.
Yes, for some reason it's never explained why this is the fact. And
No, it's really not.
yeah, so
That's why I
And
thought it was going to be a totally supernatural creature. I think they did that to fool us.
maybe, oh, they just forgot. Don't know. But as I said, it's when you see the same director, he normally makes these not so over the top. Saw is this is, but still, it's for me still a mainstream horror movie. Saw the first Saw movie it's not that crazy or something like that. And but with this one, this is really over the top crazy. You would suspect that maybe here from an independent studio, not so much from a big studio, not from Warner Brothers or something like that, and also not from the director. The last 10 years, he made really more mainstream movies. With these Conjuring movies, I didn't watch them, by the way. I watched parts of them. I thought they were boring.
I would say it was a different kind of horror movie. It combined the supernatural element, but it turned out really not to be supernatural. You had this crazy twin that's inside of her head. There's also the scene when she's locked in with all the female inmates, and they start kicking her and all this stuff, and she just slaughters all of them.
Yes, in this
But it was
huge
believably
cell.
done.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, it's a big budget production from a big studio, from a competent director, I would say. Even if I don't like most of his stuff, I think the Saw movie is the only one I kind of like, but I haven't even seen his other movies because I thought the premise was already so boring and the trailers didn't hook me. I didn't see Insidious because I didn't care. Any of these Insidious movies. Didn't see Annabelle. I had to sit through Furious 7 because I had to. Yeah, so
Basil says he can't join us because he's at work. He snuck out for a minute to enjoy the show on a break, but
yeah.
he would if he could.
Yeah, no, okay. So yeah, so yeah, it was for me. This director was never on my map. I just thought, yeah, he's there. Yeah, didn't.
Well, the
didn't
Insidious shows and the a couple of the others. You're right. It's not like he was on the map, but I did recognize the name, and I was surprised that I liked the movie. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, and you can say he's one of the successful directors. His
Yeah, up
movies,
and coming.
yeah, his movies normally make money. And I would guess that because his Aquaman made $1 billion, whatever, they told him, yes, you can do now what you want to, and probably this is a passion project
I
from
think
him.
you're right.
Yeah, and that's normally, yeah, when a director gets a free card or whatever, then you get a movie like this.
Now, Movie Massacre said that this was an homage to several old horror movies, and
Yes, he means
you notice that part of this is set in the Seattle underground. In Seattle, they built an entire layer, or they built their city on top of the old city, leaving it underneath, undisturbed. Do you know which other horror movie used the Seattle underground?
No,
You don't?
no.
One of my
no.
favorite? Dan Curtis? Kolchak, The Night Stalker.
Oh, yes.
It's partially set in the Seattle underground. I think I was going to mention that, but now I bet he did that on purpose as an homage to The Night Stalker.
Yes, you're right. Completely forgot that. And also, it's when a Movie Massacre said it's a homage to old horror movies, he meant especially the Giallo movies, yeah, Dario Argento and so on, because you have some references there with the
This thing
way
is
that,
probably packed with all kinds of references.
yeah, the way some of the murder scenes are shot.
Oh, yes.
And also
Yes.
you have the gloved killer.
I can see it now.
Yeah, yeah, which you have in movies like Profondo Rosso, for example, and things like that. And I think it's meant as a homage on these kind of movies, but it missed the complete movie is all over the place with its tone. Which, from my point of view, is the biggest problem of it.
Yeah, I
It is,
thought I wasn't going to like it. You're right about that. It had several problems, but in the end, I ended up liking the movie.
yeah, it's still entertaining.
It was
This is not,
entertaining. I mean, there's so, and we're talking 2021 movie that just came out, probably going to suck. They don't know how to do movies nowadays, and what do you know? They actually can still, like you say, the movies he put out, they actually made money, and it wasn't fake money. It wasn't like Captain Marvel, where it's rigged for them. At least I believe that some of these movies, I don't know how they make money. You know what I mean?
hey, I'm sure the
The people
cinemas
around
were
me don't
packed.
watch them. Anybody who saw it hated it. I'm like,
Yeah,
but the people
yeah,
who saw these movies seem to like them.
yeah.
So I
But I'm
don't know.
sure here with Captain Marvel, I'm pretty sure the cinemas were all packed. Didn't you?
Right.
Didn't you see the pictures from the packed cinemas? The
Exactly.
screens, completely sold out screens without anybody in there.
And they had to change the Rotten Tomatoes deal just to keep her happy.
Yeah. Yeah, for this one, they don't have to do that. And yeah, it's an entertaining movie. But talking it now from a professional level,
Uh
it's really the tone is completely all over the place because, as I said, it starts out with a scene that reminds you on Reanimator, but then it went on like a kind of normal horror movie thriller, like these things we get the whole time, which I even don't bother to watch because I get bored to death by them. I normally start watching them 10 minutes or whatever, and then I say, no, not interested, too boring. And but then the tone shifts. You get this murders where you don't know at the beginning that that it is the main character, is the killer. You maybe suspect that, but it's shot in a way. There are some scenes that really don't make any sense. That this is one and the same person. They put many hints in there that to distract you, that you think they're two separate persons, and you
well,
think,
I don't know if we made it clear, but the what he's doing is he's taking control of her brain, so she's not actually seeing something that's happening somewhere else. She's seeing what's happening around her through his eyes, or she's seeing whatever he wants her to see. So he can make her think she's still in her apartment when he's actually traveling across the city to commit a murder. And then when he does commit it, he can let her see it happen.
yes, and to this point, we are kind of in an Argento movie or homage to that, where we see these scenes with the killer, with the gloves, and so on, and shot in a way like scenes from Suspiria or Profondo Rosso and so on. And Then it turns gets a level higher when we get here the scene in the cell where she is arrested for murder as a suspect, and then we see the first time the transformation, not from her point of view. We see it from normal point of view.
And it was a surprise because we had been seeing her see these visions, and we knew it wasn't her. As the audience, we're able to know more than the police or whatever. So when they arrest her, we knew that they had the wrong person, or at least we thought we did. But they actually had the right person, but it was her evil twin.
Yeah, it was her evil twin, and from this point on, the movie becomes just a crazy schlockfest, where we get over the top, a very high murder count, body count, and it doesn't make any sense anymore, of course. But what does? But the logic, we are not going to judge here any logic in the story, because the story doesn't make any sense. Not for a second.
Well, he has some type of supernatural powers, which gives him the ability to do things that normally you couldn't do. And the action scenes are well shot. It's kind of believable in an unbelievable way. He could just about pull that off, maybe, if he had, super, somehow supernatural powers that enhanced his bodily ability to move and stuff.
Yeah, but why should he have those anyway?
And they didn't fully explain that.
Because
But it was definitely
because
there.
Being an absorbed twin is nothing. Is not a superpower. It's like here with Book of Eli.
No, it would have to be something else.
Yeah, because it's like with Book of Eli, being a blind guy is not a superpower.
But you could be blind and have some other kind of power. It would have to be something we don't understand.
Yeah, like in
your ability to get through those cops. You say you talk your way through, but you probably move with like incredible speed.
Yeah, correct. Like in Daredevil, there's a reason why Daredevil has these powers.
Right, but they explain that because he's lost his ability to see. They're obviously saying there's some supernatural ability in addition, or because he can call on cell phones, he can explode that guy's pacemaker, he can destroy lights and power. He has a supernatural deal that's over and above. It may be related to him being the absorbed twin, but I don't think so. I think it's something else, something unexplained. Not everything gets explained, Cub.
Yeah, but I mean, in Daredevil, for example, when Daredevil when he gets blinded as a child, he gets these chemicals in his eyes, and we have no clue how these chemicals work. So
but there's no supernatural element to Daredevil, so it's different.
I don't know. I always thought these chemicals maybe have done something with his brain or something like that.
That's possible, but I don't think there was ever a supernatural thing. He doesn't have. You think there's a supernatural ability to Daredevil?
Would a little bit explain why he, as a blind guy, is, because doesn't Daredevil have echo? His echo power. That
he does.
Yes. So where did he get that?
I don't know. I thought that just developed naturally. It's a. Well, I mean, we're talking a superhuman universe. We're not talking our universe, right?
Yeah.
So I don't consider that to be the same reality that we exist in. There's all kinds of strange things that happen, like Mr. Freeze getting all these different powers, and you wouldn't get these super freezing powers
Hey,
from.
when Arnold Schwarzenegger fell into this super freezing thing, which every good scientist has in his laboratory. Don't forget that. If you are want to be taken seriously as a scientist, of course you have to have this open
Vat of cryogenic
yeah,
liquid.
yeah, and also I think there was on the floor there was a banana
Peel,
what you call it, a banana
banana peel.
yeah, a banana peel here, like in Super Mario Brothers here, your car
Right.
race. Yeah, and for some reason it was there, and so it makes completely sense that he falls completely over here, his back falls into that, and yeah, of course, if you fall into something cold, you get cold superpowers or not. That's the normal way
Yes.
how it goes. Like
And
the guy
Poison
here.
Ivy got the extra powers from that, and Spider-Man got bit by a radioactive spider and got the superpower. I'm saying it's a different reality.
Yeah,
You
and
can't
don't
compare the comic book deals to
yeah,
a regular movie.
yeah, and don't
and
forget
say,
Super Carman. He got hit by a truck, and then he now can transforms into any kind of cars or not.
or Puma Man, your favorite.
Yeah, Puma Man. No, he got bitten by a radioactive puma, and so that's where he got his powers from, I guess. So yes, yeah, we don't know where the superpowers come from. But at the end, yeah, okay, now we can also spoil the ending. At the end, she kind of defeats this twin by putting him into a cell she
Yeah,
created.
mental.
Yeah,
Because he had been doing that to her, using his ability to create her reality. And
yeah,
I think she tapped into how he did that, and she turned it back on him because he was about to kill her sister and her mother, and that drove her to tap the internal power necessary to trap him. I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if she was able to explain all that to the police, and they let her go for killing all those cops.
Yeah, but it was clearly, the police. If you tell them it was not
It was
me,
clearly Hugo.
yeah, it was my bad twin living inside me. Then the
Right.
police, of course, is going to say,
And you don't have to worry because I have permanently locked him up.
yeah, yeah. So, but it reminds me a little bit on this movie. Again, another movie. Can you remember the serial killer that had this movie which plays out completely in the head of a serial killer, which has 7 identities? And I think it's called Identity or something like that. And it was this horror movie where his 7 identities they meet up in this place, in this hotel or whatever, and then they kill each other. And then you see in the middle of the movie, you see because at the beginning these are just 7 people.
Oh, that's right. They're in a motel somewhere, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes, and they are just
out
people
in the country.
Yeah, they're just people meeting some in a place, and murders are happening, and then you get in the think half an hour into the movie or something, you get that these are just different identities from a serial killer, where a psychiatric whatsoever tries that all the criminal ones or whatever get erased, that just the harmless one, I don't know, the little girl or whatever, survives. And yes, and it reminded me a little bit on that. I thought,
I
yeah,
have seen
okay.
that is a good analogy.
Yeah. So Yeah, and so that's the ending. We don't know what happens next because that's where the movie ends. She locks him up, and he says, "I'll get you," and then the movie is over. Yes, so much I would say. So much for Malignant.
Yeah, I think we covered it.
Yes, we covered it. Yoo-hoo. Who would have thought that?
Right.
Yes. So, Greg, can you come up with something for a minute or something like that? Because I have to grab another beer.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Okay, so I think our next thing should be, I guess we should go to Starship Troopers, which is what we named the stream after. And Starship Troopers is based on a book by Robert Heinlein. I believe that's how you pronounce it. It's from the 1950s. And if you're not familiar with it, it's a totalitarian state that in the book is at war with several different aliens. In the movie, which came out in the 90s, I believe, it's just one set of aliens and they sneak attack Argentina. So they do a pretty good job in the movie of portraying the propaganda. Yeah. I was just explaining Starship Troopers, which I think should be our next.
Cool. Yeah, they're very cool. Oh, go on. Cool.
Which I believe should be our next, since we named the stream after it and we still hadn't got to it nearly 3 hours in.
Yeah, but false advertising is normal nowadays, or not?
Hey, we actually got to it though, right?
Yeah, because can you remember in the review, I go against that, this false teasing in the titles.
Yeah,
Where I
sure.
say, oh my God, they say say these mechs are used now, and then they use the wrong suits here in the third Starship Troopers. They don't even use the real suits that they are wearing in the book, and also they use these mechs.
Well, it was like an exosuit in the book.
Yeah, it was an exosuit.
I remember during part of it, I believe the attack on Cuba or something, they could actually walk underwater and things like that.
Yeah, and you see these suits kind of in the animated version, in the first adaptation from Starship Troopers.
It's been a long time since I read the book, but yeah, Cub did an excellent overview of the Starship Troopers, not just the movie, but all the different movies and
the
TV
book,
shows. Yeah, he went into a lot of in-depth analysis on the. So I think you might enjoy that if you haven't seen. This is supposed to be a companion piece. This stream, as you've noticed, we've talked endlessly about Starship Troopers. No, we hadn't got to it, but this is the part of it where we actually do. So I would refer you back to his summation, his video about it, which is pretty good.
It's linked in the description, by the way, for people who are
there
interested.
You go. It's linked in the description, so that's cool.
Yeah. So that people know what we are talking about. You can, if you rewatch the stream, you can pause here, and then you can watch the Starship Troopers review. And also, if you are interested, you can watch the RoboCub review, which we are also going to talk about a little bit, because it's also in the title. But the RoboCub one is not linked in the description. You have to go through my videos. It's the one before Starship Troopers, so it's really not so pretty far away. Yeah, it would be pretty easy to find that too. So yes, Starship Troopers. It's the second time this version is the second version, or the third version even. And what do you think, Greg? Why did I had to do this review again? Did you get the new elements I added in?
Yeah, it's where you talked about him specifically mentioning the Declaration of Independence of the United States, which speaks of freedom and equality and equal rights, and
Yes.
it pertaining to a conversation you'd had on another stream with another individual who didn't believe any of that. You had to go back and put it in. That
Yes.
go ahead.
The thing
What
is,
give them the reason why you did that.
yeah, the thing is, the conversation was which I had the fight here on the legendary memes of destruction stream, I think, or on from some other YouTuber, was where that I said the book is fascistic. It has fascist traits, and the movie, as a satire, kind of shows what the book is really about by doing all the things, some things from the book, putting them showing them over the top. Make, from my point of view, to show clearly how a society looks like. If the things that I mentioned in the book are happening in reality, and so in the book, and of course the other part said no, it's not fascistic. I can't prove that. It's just a kind of it's
It was
just a
a very weird
society.
argument he made.
Yeah, it's a society that works, kind of. That was his argument. It has a military structure, and so most of the things are done better than in our society, and it is a democracy, he wanted to tell me. It's not this normal democracy. It's just what do you want to call it? Yeah, but it's
It
not a
definitely
democracy.
wasn't a democracy. He is wrong. Because if
Yeah.
you remember, I remember how the book started and how they ended up with this totalitarian government. You had a collapse of the governments around the world caused by a variety of factors, economic collapse and riots. People were out of control. And what happened was the veterans of the various militaries seized control.
Yes.
And they thought that part of the problem was you had these people who didn't put in any work, never went into the military, didn't basically people on the dole or whatever, and they thought that these people shouldn't get a right to vote. They shouldn't be controlling our government. That these people were the types who elected your Merkels or your Bidens, and that if you had people who had a stake in it, and kind of the way in this country you originally, and probably over there, you had to own land to vote, and later you had to be, I guess, male, and one by one these things got knocked down, but they re-erected these barriers. And the main one, the only one that would allow you citizenship, and you can see it in the movie, is join the army and become a citizen. And citizens have the right to vote. And so these veterans set it up to where only veterans would be able to control things, and that would be how it would be going forward. And so when you do that, you have to get rid of things like the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Anything that says that all people are equal and everybody gets a vote has to be done away with.
Yes.
And
And
that's
they
what they
say it.
did. That's the definition of a totalitarian state.
Yeah, and
It's one of the definitions.
they say it in the book. They say it
It's very
directly.
clear in the book.
It's used as an as an example, they say in the book, the line is here that the constitutional rights here and here this of independent. This is a wrong way. This was a wrong way. This is one of the wrong ways in the past, they say there. And they put it in the same sentence like communism, for example. They say these were all wrong ways, and so they got rid of it. And so
Well,
I put it.
there is a theory that when the people discover that they can vote themselves money out of the treasury, democracy is doomed.
Yeah, that is
because that's what they're going to do, and eventually it's going to collapse. And that's the theory that they're basing this on, is that the masses of people can't be given the vote because they'll use it irresponsibly, and because they're so easily bought into propaganda, and bad people are going to. And of course, the totalitarian state, ironically, relies on propaganda, but they consider that good propaganda, right?
Yeah. So I saw many similarities to what is going on in this moment right now, because if you can remember in the book and also in the movie, I think they call these things like the right to vote or or getting children privileges. They call them privileges. They don't call them
that you have to
human
earn.
rights. Yeah, they don't call them.
And the only one way to earn those privileges, and that
Yes.
was to serve in the military.
Yes, and
that's how you became a citizen, and becoming a citizen is the only way you could vote or do these other things.
Yes, and the same words are used by politicians nowadays in the so-called corona crisis, pandemic, whatsoever. They call things like being allowed to travel or being allowed to work as in the medical part, or getting a higher job or whatever, here in getting a good job. This is a privilege. And also they call other things privileges, like even being allowed to meet other people, to leave your home, and things like that.
Or to gather in more than 5 people, huh?
Yes. They say they also call these things privileges. And if you want to get those privileges, you have to do some stuff. You have to put on a mask, get tested, nowadays get jabbed, get vaccinated. And then you get these privileges maybe back for an amount of time till they say otherwise.
So you need a booster shot or whatever.
Yeah. For example, here in Germany, it's 6 months, and then you have to get a booster shot. And then you have 6 months again, a normal life, or kind of, or at least parts of it. I don't know. It's still figuring it out. And this is really crazy. And as I said, the politicians use the same words like in the novel. They say privileges to human rights. And that's the reason why I had to redo the review. It was just so on the nose that I had to put it in there. That's the change from this version to the old version. Yeah, of course, it has better sound and so on. But the main reason was this part.
I believe Heinlein wrote the book on 2 levels, quite obviously. One of them is, remember, he wrote this in the 1950s, post World War II. So Americans would have been extra aware of just having fought both the Japanese and the Italians and the Germans, who were all, imprisoned under totalitarian regimes. And they were extra aware of things like one thing that horrified them was German children being encouraged to turn in their parents. This was the same in other countries too, but they would make a big deal out of it, and it would be part of movies. And if you have you ever seen like the old Cagney gangster movies, and when they're in prison in the 30s or 40s, how somebody informing to the guards or whatever, even though he was doing the right thing, he was an informant. He was a rat. This was a bad thing in America. You didn't tell on your parents. You didn't inform on the other prisoners. You were a rat. You were a bad person. This was the ultimate evil, basically, and especially doing it to your own parents. So when you can see that they're encouraged to turn in their parents and others, just like all these, just like the Stalinists did. I should probably use the communists. There are a lot better examples under Stalin and the communists than there are under the Germans, because they did it a lot longer and they were even more harsh, and they murdered so many people that they would be a lot better example. But you understand what I'm saying. He was writing on one level as a fun bug killing book that teenage boys could buy, and he would sell a lot to them. But I read this as a teenage boy, and I got the message that, hey, this wasn't cool. That they were at war with everybody, just like these other people found themselves at war with everybody because their stupid government. I guess that's just part of what they do. They have to go to war with people to to make it all work, to give all the people a common enemy. You've seen that like in 1984, where you have this outside enemy that they need that outside enemy so that they can force everybody to work together against them and have a common foe.
Yes,
So
yes, and they have two enemies even in 1984, because they also needed an inside enemy. This
right.
here,
Oh, you always have the traitors inside. That's why you need to inform on. That's why you have to inform on everybody, right? Because you're being weakened.
Yes, this Emanuel Goldstein. They needed this as an inside enemy, like Bin Laden, for example, who is always there. Before that, it was here Saddam Hussein. They were afraid. No, but Bin Laden is a better example, because he was this ghost that were nowhere to find and seemed to be everywhere. His people seemed to be everywhere. So.
Yeah, that's true.
And you with always work, you have this also in Animal Farm with Snowball. I think, was it Snowball? Here this.
Well, just to finish the thought, that I think Heinlein wrote this on two levels. One was just a fun bug killing action book for the teenage boys of the 50s, but the other one, it was a dire warning, because if you were an adult reading this book, even though it's set, there's clearly America, they're talking about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and they're doing away with them. That is not something cool. That's not something people would have said, oh, that's cool, they're killing bugs. Maybe if you're a teenager. But even as a teenager, I saw that and I was like, yeah, it's great that we're killing bugs, and that's a lot of fun. But number one, it really looks like we're losing everywhere. You notice that they're fighting everywhere and they're losing, and they're being driven back, and it's not a good situation, because it's great honor and glory, but everybody's going to die, and it's pretty clear, even if you're a kid, that they're under this really strict, very depressing regime, and that regime has probably got them into all these wars, and now they're all going to die. So it's not
Yeah.
a rah yay thing. And I'm just saying it's written on two levels, so adults who like science fiction reading that book would have been a big warning flag. Watch out, this is America. Don't think that we can't go down this road of being totalitarian. It's not just Germans or Russians or whatever. It could happen here, and this is how it could happen.
Yes, I see it exactly the same way, and even I would go further, because if you have seen the review, you have recognized that I used imagery from my 1984 review, where I say they use here in this story the example, America as an example, and not to go too much into that, I say in the review, it is about a world dictatorship or an empire that conquered the whole world, and so became the world dictatorship. And US is used as an example. And then I show the image here from the US, Oceania, here from 1984, where I also have written the US empire, where I use this term, which is not used regularly. People say normally the United States or America or something like that, but nobody uses the term U.S. empire. And even when you talk with people about this term, many say, but here we are not an empire. And also don't forget the Russian empire and the Chinese empire and whatsoever. But then explain them. No,
well, if we wanted to be an empire, when we had that huge army and navy, and the rest of the civilized world was, burned and broken, and we had nuclear weapons, that's when we would have done it.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
But we didn't. Our basic American nature, instead of doing that, we actually helped our enemies to rebuild, and we tried to set y'all up with the best. We should have given you gun right. That's one thing we did wrong.
Yeah, but the thing is, first off, your former enemies, you are still what you call it, Besatzungsmacht. Was heißt das denn auf Englisch nochmal?
Well, they're our allies now.
Yeah, you are still occupying them, and you're calling them allies, but these are the same allies.
We shouldn't be occupying anybody.
No, these are the same allies when the Romanic Empire conquered a country.
Well, the reason why we kept troops there was to help defend. It was to help defend against the Soviets. After the Soviet Union fell, we should have withdrawn those troops. But the Germans wanted us there because that was a tripwire that would draw us. If the Russians attacked Germany and they had 20,000 American troops there, that meant we were going to fight to the death. But if we didn't have any troops there, you could have a president who said, "Well, it's not our problem."
Yeah, Greg. Of course, this is the official story, and you are an American, and so it's very hard. For example, when you
we shouldn't be occupying anybody. I agree with that.
Greg, when you were living in old Romanic Empire, what do you think? Somebody who was born as a Rome guy or whatever, of course he would have hard for him to when somebody comes from one of these countries that are allies or part of the empire, and then they tell him, for example, Carthago or the Greek or whatever. They say, no, you are occupiers, and we are not independent. We have to do
Well, we
what
had to
you say.
defend those guys from the barbarians, didn't we?
Yes, yes. Then you would say something like
You
that.
want the barbarians to swarm
Yeah.
over your border?
Yeah, but we have here this border where the barbarians came over, and so we have to let
We
our
got to keep troops
in the
there,
country. Yeah,
and
so,
we need
yeah,
taxes to help pay for those troops.
yeah, I know. And so for me, it's kind of the same situation here. So in fact,
The difference is the Romans required taxes from those people or tribute, whereas we don't do that. We pay
yes,
for it ourselves.
no, you don't. We have to pay for the NATO,
Oh,
for
y'all chip in
example.
a few dimes, not much.
Yeah. And don't forget the reparations on your other ally here, Israel, which we have to pay for no reason, by the way,
I
because
don't know about
Israel
reparations.
has
What?
nothing to do. No, it has nothing to do with World War II. The people in Israelis whatsoever, they have zero to do with World War II, but still we have to pay this apartheid state billions every year because of
That's
their.
not because of us. You're blaming the Americans for that?
Yeah, if you wouldn't, then America would make us do it because we are still occupied. You have here so many troops in our
I don't
country.
think that's true. Surely
No.
not.
Yeah, but this stream is not about that. It's just that people know.
I would
Where-
have to check into all that. I'm not aware of all that.
Yeah, I know. I know,
Sorry.
Greg. No, I don't speak of actual America. I speak of science fiction America from the novel. Okay.
Hey, remember, Texas has been occupied by the Yankees since 1865. You can't blame us for stuff the Yankees are doing.
Yes.
That we
you are
were under
completely
military
right.
occupation by the Yankees for decades.
Yeah, but at
And
least
just because the Yankees are occupying y'all, don't come crying to Texas about it. You set us free. Once we do our secession, I guarantee you there won't be no Texas troops, occupying anywhere.
Yeah, but at least you try to get rid of them.
Yes,
of your
we did try.
occupiers.
Yes.
You make your own rules, and when Biden says something stupid, your governor tells him to fuck off.
Yeah, that's right. It's not our fault if the Yankees are occupying people or making people pay stuff. You cannot blame Texas. We tried to break free, and they burned our cities and destroyed everything, and then they occupied us. Texas was the last state to drive them out. The Yankee governor, he wasn't an elected governor, he was somebody appointed. He was actually chased out of the Capitol building, by a crowd with torches and pitchforks.
Hey, wait
that's
a
how
second.
we
Greg,
had to take it back.
Greg, isn't Adam a Yankee?
Yeah, he certainly is.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I can
he
blame,
admits to it.
So I can blame Adam for all of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's a good guy, but yeah, he's admitted clearly he's a Yankee. I mean, I'm sure he'd be in favor of. I don't know what he'd be in favor of.
Hey,
I don't want to speak for Adam.
Hey, next Wednesday I'm going to blame him. I'm going to give him all the blame for everything.
Whenever somebody points out something like killing the Indians or us doing stuff bad, I always lay it off on the Yankees. This is not my fault.
And also, I'm pretty sure that
I'm sure Texas would vote against all that stuff you're talking about.
Hey, and
we don't want to occupy anybody. We don't want to force people to pay money to other people.
And Greg, I'm pretty sure that also this global warming is also because of the Yankees. The world.
No, I'm sure they're causing it. If it's happening, it's probably them. We're very peaceful down here. we don't want to mess with anybody. We don't want to occupy anybody. We're totally happy, by ourselves right here. Y'all do what you want, and we'll be fine. God help us. I'm just glad we didn't have a nuclear war or something. Those Yankees are crazy. You're lucky they didn't launch nukes on everybody.
Yeah, and also don't forget, when it comes to Adam, I have many allies planted directly in his house here. This German Wiener Dackel.
Oh, that's right. Adam's
They
a
just
good guy.
yeah,
Everybody
but
likes Adam.
they're just waiting for instructions. They're very loyal to their roots. So I
All
have
the Yankees I've met have been good guys. You know,
I have
it's
an
just
army.
collective. It's just
Over.
collectively they do bad stuff.
Yeah,
You know.
I have a Dackel army over there. So
So whenever you're going to blame America, you need to say, "Hey, the Yankees are doing that," and I'll agree. I'm like, yeah, they probably are doing all that stuff. They're occupying people. They're stirring up trouble. They're attacking people with drones. Oh my God, there's no telling what they're doing. You know, we can't control them. We barely keep them under control. Y'all guys have no idea how hard it's been to keep the Yankees under control.
yeah, yeah. And don't forget, you have also this here, your I Am Legend problem here with this Democrat virus, I think it's called. And they're walking through the streets like zombies. And if you got bitten from a Democrat, I think you also turn into a Democrat and
Oh yeah,
start to
that's where the heart
and,
of all the
yeah,
Democrats are, is up there.
and start to praise to a mummy or something like that.
You're gonna get me in trouble. Getting me off on the Yankees.
And
What were
Democrat.
we talking about? Starship Troopers? Are we finished with it?
Yeah,
Was that
I think
everything?
so. I think so. And to talk a little bit about RoboCub,
Okay, let's do it.
yeah, RoboCub is just it's not science fiction movie at all. I think it was science fiction maybe 30 years ago, but now it's just not because
You think
everything.
you think they're gonna have like robotic cops like that?
Yes, yes, I'm pretty sure they're
You
going
think
to
they're
have
gonna take the
those.
form of like these flying drones?
If you see what here, this company Dynamics is it's called, I think Boston Dynamics or something like that. You'll see the robots that have already created 5 or 10 years ago, which can walk and jump and things like that. And of course, if they make a RoboCop, we are not going to see it. They will keep it secretly, and we get it maybe if something happens, like in RoboCop, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. I think they will build something like that. You noticed on a related topic, the Japanese are starting to they've been making some pretty advanced robots, almost human like.
Yeah,
And it's kind of scary, because if you look into the future, I could see those being used for police, and how easy would it be to reprogram something like that? You said you were able to talk your way through a police line because those are human, and you could appeal to them as a human. But what if that was some sort of robotic thing? I don't think
yeah.
you'd be able to talk your way through it, would you?
No, nobody is going to be able to talk his way through a robotic policeman or something like that. And so the thing with RoboCop, it's not just that you see this future, which is happening right now with the robotic enforcement and so on. You see, but also the structure, how this could happen, is also explained in RoboCop brilliantly. Because the city of Detroit is used as an example for bankrupt cities all over the world, thanks to
Yeah.
this fiat money system. And when you compare these cities with our cities here in this time, they are also all bankrupt. Every city has debts. Or do you know any city that is not completely has debts beyond belief, and comes up with, oh, we can't afford this anymore, we can't afford this anymore, we have to now privatize this thing and that thing to get money? Isn't that the norm nowadays?
I think it is the norm.
Yes, and this
You can see where it's heading too.
yeah. So everything gets privatized, even the police gets privatized. And in RoboCop, we have this situation. We have this situation how it looks like when the police is privatized, and we see it even in a human way.
Well, it's going to be two factors that cause them to use robotic police. One, like you just said, economic, saving money, and that includes you wouldn't have to pay for all the money they spend on police retiring, because that's where a huge chunk of it goes, or paying them off after they're killed in the line of duty. But the second one, especially here in America, they could use is that the police are prejudiced. They're prejudiced against blacks. They're prejudiced against it. But a robot wouldn't be prejudiced, would he?
Maybe
so you could have total fairness.
Yeah,
but the problem is they're not human.
If he is programmed that way, of course he could be racist or something.
No, but they could sell it as a way to, white people are always going to be prejudiced. And the only way you could you could have, I guess, all black people in the police force, and maybe they would think that apparently,
Greg, if they create just black robots, they can't be racist.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way they could be racist if they use robots. So I think that could be one of the arguments. I'm not talking this year or in 10 years or 20 years, but in 50 years or 70 years, yeah, you could use a twin thing. Oh, we can't afford humans, and humans are prone to corruption, and they're prone to racism. If we had robots, you can see how they'd sell it. Oh my God, if we only had robots.
Yeah. And
that's when they unveil these things, and they act and look just like us, because they're going to make them just like us, except armored, something like RoboCop. So you're making a good point.
And so we have also another thing in RoboCop, which has also a direct parallel here to what is happening right now, because the company OCP, it is not just a normal company. It seems to be, at least in this movie, it seems to be the only company that exists.
Right.
It is really like Umbrella or here.
Or Amazon or something is trying to be.
Yeah, Amazon. Amazon is, for me, I think Amazon is going to become...
I'll be right back.
The new OCP, because when you see what is happening, these companies, they don't have to, these huge companies, they don't have to pay any taxes. They don't have to give their workers their normal rights, because the what you call it, where workers are joining together against the company. Was heißt denn Gewerkschaft nochmal? Unions, yes. They get rid of the unions, or the unions they have are just fake unions working themselves together for the bosses and things like that, because they're completely corrupt and so on. Which we have nowadays, by the way. And yes, you have this situation, and with Amazon and companies like Amazon, we have the same. It's the same thing. We even if they do something bad, like in RoboCop, you see OCP completely fucks up with this robot police program, and people get killed and so on, but there are no consequences at all. And the for example, the politicians can't do shit. They just because they have zero power, and they're just put in there from the companies anyway. And we have the same thing here in Germany, for example. we have these so-called politicians like our Ministry for Health or whatever. It's called Spahn, Jens Spahn, and he comes even from the neighbor town here where I live, something like 15 kilometers from me. And this guy, he's a complete he completely fucked up everything in his life, like George W. Bush. He was working in a bank or something like that, and he was just a complete fuck up. So he became, of course, politician, and now he's the Ministry of Health, and also he lives with his husband, which his and he's the guy who puts on the masks on the people, and also his stupid tests and so on, and the vaccination. He's behind that, and also his husband. It sells, I think, the masks or something like that. And there is also here an affair with where he bought a $4 million house, and as a present for his husband. And also he pushes this woke agenda. It's really this guy is just he's not he has zero humanity. He has no problem in that people die on the vaccinations and children, because 3 days ago he was in another neighbor town here, and people asked him why the fuck should young people, a young woman asked him why should she get vaccinated if the risk of getting dying or getting a serious illness from the vaccination is much higher, in at least with her age, she was 17, than without the vaccination, than getting COVID or whatever, because there's just 10 people here in Germany who supposedly got a positive PCR test in her age. And she asked him directly, why should I get vaccinated, damn it? And then he says, oh, it's a good, this vaccination is a good thing, blah blah blah, whatsoever, the usual. He's not human. He's not a human being, and he gets what he deserves. I'm pretty sure. At least I hope so. So yeah, so much for comparisons from RoboCub to reality. So, Greg, anything else on RoboCub maybe?
No, I think we covered it.
Oh my God, we are going really fast to this stuff this time. How can that be?
It's not that fast. Let's see.
Look, we covered everything. It's kind of.
Basically, well, we still have Fantasy Island.
Oh my God! And I was so hoping that you I forgot.
You want to just do that one next time?
No, of course not. Please.
You want to get it over with.
Yeah, this is a nightmare that doesn't seem to end. Let's end it right here. So, okay. Fantasy Island. Do you want to... first off, how many episodes could you watch from this crap?
I just got through 2.
What? Really?
You said that's all you had watched.
Yes. I also just got through. I couldn't watch any second
So
more.
I didn't see any point in watching more quite yet. Maybe we'll watch some more in the future, depending on how we feel.
No way in hell. This is maybe on Fantasy Island. Maybe maybe if one of us goes to Fantasy Island, maybe there we are going to watch more of that, but not in real world here. That's for sure.
So this is a reboot, or I guess a reboot of the series from the 70s and 80s. It starred Ricardo Montalban.
Yes, And this
And if
little guy, what was his name? He was very
was it?
famous from James Bond movies and so on.
Yeah, Tattoo. I'm trying to think of
Yeah,
his name.
yeah, I think something like that.
Well, that
Yeah, he
was
was.
his name on the show. I can't think of the actor's name.
Yeah, yeah. I also forgot the actor's name.
But they gender swapped both of them. So
Yes,
it's
yes.
now it's Ricardo Montalban or Mr. Rourke on the show. It's his, I think, step niece that has taken over.
Yeah,
And
and
Tattoo
she
is
has a picture from him in her office or not.
right, and that was a nice homage. I appreciated that. I was hopeful about the series. You know, they did a movie a couple of years ago, but it wasn't a great movie. It was
Yeah,
supposedly a horror movie, but
it was completely schlock.
yeah, it was badly written, and that's what did it in.
Yeah, they made a horror movie out of it for some
Yes,
reason. Yeah,
yeah, that was very strange. I thought.
yeah, called it Fantasy Island also, so that people get tricked into watching this crap, and then because a Fantasy Island fan, I think I'm not a Fantasy Island fan, but I also don't dislike the old show. I just didn't watch it. I know what we are talking about. I think I watched one episode or something like that back then. Thought it is okay, but
It was above average of the TV fare of the time.
yeah, I got the appeal from it. I thought I could see why people like to watch it, but that's it. It was just there. So I'm
No,
not
I
one of these.
understand. Unless you were, of that time and had watched it, I could see why it wouldn't, appeal in later years to rewatch it. I understand completely, but there's a lot of people who did like it back then, so there was a built-in audience for this show if they did a good job. Episode 1, the pilot. Oh my God, the pilot offended me. And it's so rare that I get offended. I'm not easily offended. But oh my God, do you want to tell them what the pilot was about?
No, no. This is your fantasy.
Okay, so there's a couple of fantasies on this one. There's this girl who wants she was a newscaster, and I guess I don't know if she got fired or she took some time off because somebody had donuts on the set, and she was extremely, offensive to this poor male, I guess, guy who brought in donuts, and she like berates him, which is perfectly fine because, he's male and he should be berated apparently because that's the way this show is going to go. She goes to the island, and all she wants to do is just eat whatever she wants without gaining weight. Well, it turns out that her father or stepfather, I'm not sure, got helped support her dream. Her mother was dying, and she told her mother that she wanted to be a newscaster, and her father agreed to fix her teeth and pay for everything, but he criticized her weight and told her that she couldn't overeat if she was going to be a newscaster, which apparently caused great psychic damage to her. Anyway, it
Yeah.
caused such psychic damage that by the end of this show, the way she heals is they take her father and they roast him like a pig, and she fills up her belly eating her father.
You're sure you are not talking about the horror movie version?
No, this is a fun little series on ABC or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't believe it.
yeah, but the father really deserved that
Of course,
because when my daughter wants to become something in public, like news anchor or something like that, uh, of course, I wouldn't tell her, yeah, but the camera is all about the looks. when you are sitting in front of a camera, the camera gets is you have to be good looking, or you get problems, and you won't even get the job if you don't at least
Which is
look.
nothing but true. All he did
Yeah.
was tell her the truth. Of course, they had him be extra, I don't know, mean, and they played it up. Of course, this person who was
Hey,
like that was not real.
wait, Greg. Did he bang her head against the wall that it openly split, like
And
in
cause an
religion?
evil twin to come out.
Yeah, it caused an evil. Yes.
Yes, I got that reference because when I was watching the beginning of our other movie, this did come to mind. I was thinking, oh my God, when you talk about woke, the pilot for Fantasy Island is very woke because
Yes.
to, eating your father as a way of it's hard. It's cannibalism. It's horrible. The guy didn't seem, he wasn't sexually abusing her. He was slightly verbally abusive apparently, but only when they showed like they had him there talking to her or like wanting money or whatever. But this was after he was dead, 10 years after he was dead. This was a fantasy version of him that she created in her mind or something that was so it wasn't. It was just sickening. It made me sick. And
Yeah, for me,
it,
she's clearly a psychopath
yes,
when she has this thoughts in her mind. Because when I understand the concept of Fantasy Island, right, uh, you don't. It's really like with the concept of the cave here in Star Wars in Empire Strikes Back here on Dagobah. Uh, you just what you bring with you, you have there in this cave. It's not, there is nothing in there, just what you bring with you. Is that correct?
yes,
So she's clearly a sick person in her mind.
and they're sick for feeding this sickness.
Yeah, yeah.
Their cure is to have her eat her father, so they are equally sick.
Yes, yes, they're helping psychopaths to have their dreams come true or whatever.
Right?
So
Who knows? She might go out being a cannibal, when she goes back and treating all men that way. I have no idea, but I wouldn't want to be around this crazy girl.
yeah,
She clearly has deep issues that didn't get resolved. But I could not believe that was the resolution to her fantasy of wanting to eat everything. What she needed to do was eat her father. Literally cook him on a spit like a pig. They stuck an apple in his mouth and put him on a spit. And I don't even want to go on about that. Let's talk about the other part of the second fantasy, which was equally sickening. A woman and her husband of like 40 years. They come to the island. She's dying of cancer, and they just want to go back and relive the good times for a little bit. Well, it turns out that she really wanted to be a lesbian. And the time that she spends being healed, she spends it with a lesbian girl and decides she no longer wants to be married to the guy. And that despite her having kids and grandkids, that was all just a mistake, and she's really lesbian. So the
oh my
island
god.
decides, right? So the island decides to keep her on permanently, and she becomes the new tattoo. And we get to see this person, this despicable person. It's nothing despicable about being lesbian or whatever, but the way they I don't know, it hit me. The way she treated her husband of all that time, it was it was
Yeah,
sad.
and don't
The
forget,
men and the men are so badly written that it's like schoolgirls who never met a man and only heard of them or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Maybe
and
10
don't
year
and
10
don't
year old
forget,
girls.
they get also diversity points for this casting, because now we have the two main characters much more diverse or not.
Oh yeah. Oh, although it's hard to get much more diverse than Ricardo Montalban and Tattoo, because he was a dwarf. I don't know what
Yeah,
the politically correct character, and I'm
uh,
not even
uh,
sure what
uh,
is.
he was
I don't think he
wasn't
was
he
I don't think he
Filipino?
was Caucasian.
He was Filipino, I thought, or not?
Yeah, I think so, but he wasn't Caucasian, and Ricardo Montalban was Hispanic or something. I'm not sure exactly. Mexican. I
Uh,
don't really
uh,
care about people's.
so two old white privileged men or not?
No, they weren't at all.
Clearly.
And him being
No,
why that took
but
a
they had
job away from a dwarf. How
yeah,
many
no,
jobs are there out there for these
yeah,
poor dwarf?
yeah,
There's
but
not
they
many.
had
Only
yeah,
one
but
that I know of, and they
Greg,
took it away.
but they had white suits in the
Yeah, I
old one.
guess.
So
Okay, so
so
that
maybe
gets
that
us through episode 1, and it's a miracle Cub got to episode 2. But in episode 2, you have two stories again. One of them is a guy who likes to sleep, and he's been sleeping for 35 years because, of course, it's his fault that he it couldn't just be that his fiance died. It had to be his fault that she died. So he caused it, and now every 5 years he has to get up for 48 hours. And eventually he decides that 35 years is long enough. And for no real reason I can determine, other than he talked to a dog. And the other story is a couple who are adventurous, and they come in super happy, and they decide to put them in each other's bodies.
oh my God! Oh, don't remind me on that. This was the
Right.
moment. This was the moment where I said, "Oh, no more."
Okay, so to be fair, this is probably the best of the 3 that I've seen. The sleeping guy, the girl who eats her father, and the I don't know, the lesbian girl who hates men now, or doesn't hate them, or I don't know. She gave up on her. I don't know. Anyway, in this one, they switch bodies, and so they're seeing things from the other point of view. But once again, the writers are like the girl who's playing a guy in her body actually does a pretty good job of it. She's her acting is okay. The writing isn't terrible, although she turns out that she's pregnant, and the I guess the girl who's in the guy's body, I guess, doesn't want it. I thought they might leave them in those bodies, but
There was a
but
scene where the
the
second
way
time
they
when
wrote the male character with the girl inside of him was just so shallow and stupid. Once again they're unable to write from a male point of view at all.
yeah, there was a scene where second time I fall into a sleep what shocked me so hard that I fall into a coma, or got blinded or something like that, where they were sleeping with each other. I can remember that it came off so horribly. I can't properly describe it. It's just where knew that they are in switched bodies, and then they're sleeping with each other, and oh my God.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
wrote the male as just a complete at least when the girl is in his body, he becomes completely primitive and unable to control himself in even the slightest way. So he's constantly getting in fights or wanting to fight. He's one of the things, apparently his heart's hurting all the time. And he figures out at the end that it's hurting because whenever he's around her, he's afraid he might lose her. but it's hurting when he's in her body. So why is his heart physically hurting when he's not even in his body? How does that make any sense, Cub?
It doesn't.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense because he would be feeling it in her body. So none of what they write makes any sense if you come to it logically. But like I say, this was actually the best of the 4 that I saw.
Yes,
So
and they
it gave
lost
me a
us
little bit
with
of
the
hope.
best. They
I
lost
know
us with
it
the
was
best episode.
bad. It was so
the-
bad.
Yeah,
But it was the best of the 4 because it wasn't like a daughter eating her father, as a roasted pig. It's an improvement, right?
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I had high hopes for this series. I told Cub to watch it. I was like, this might be good. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, but as I said, when this episode came up here with the switcheroo, I just thought, oh my God, no, because I can't stand this premise. I even can't stand it in when it's well made. I think Big is the no, but Big is not a switcheroo. Here, Freaky Friday is one of the most famous
Right?
ones.
There's a new one out called Freaky. That's kind of
Yeah,
a serial killer that gets put in a girl's body. I actually watched that and it was almost funny. So you might
yeah,
like that one.
yeah. I think I saw Freaky Friday, and then I never, which was decent, I think, where this daughter and here they switched buddies, the daughter and the mother,
Yeah, that was okay.
the original one, of course, and
Right.
but still, I avoided every switcheroo movie after that. I didn't even watch the Black Edwards one, which I've heard is a good one, which is called
Yeah, Switch. Yeah,
Switch.
I've seen
I
it.
think. Yeah, I haven't
That's
because
30
of that.
years you avoided it.
Yes, because of that. Because I don't like this premise.
Oh, yeah.
It
And it
doesn't.
ended up being on Fantasy Island.
Yeah, it doesn't appeal to me. I think I don't care for it. In Big was not the same premise. It was here the
Where he
big
was
guy.
well, there was
he-
a swap
yeah.
with a kid.
No, he turned into a kid. This was not a swap. It was
Oh, that's right. I haven't seen that in 20 years or more.
Yeah, he turned into a kid, and then at the end he turned back to an adult. And
Well, you're the expert on these movies.
yeah, and yeah, I like that. I think that's my favorite one. Even if I know it's with Tom Hanks, I will never, ever watch it again because it is with Tom Hanks, which is for me, from my point of view, one of the worst human beings on this planet. Because of his involvement in this pandemic. I think he is one of the guys even behind it, because he was the first big star who said, yes, I have corona, so it is a real thing. And after that, it turned
Everybody
out
fell in
no.
line.
Yeah. After that, it turned out, oh no, it was not even corona. It was just something else. He got from a vaccination, by the way. Yeah, they got vaccinated for something. That's at least the official story when they made the movie here in Australia, and they had to get vaccinated for something, and that's what made them ill. So this is a kind of lying. It's not just lying. It is really like the thing where these
Harmful deception.
yeah, where the people who died here in the hospitals, they're dying nowadays in the hospitals, and the doctors saying these are all unvaccinated people who are dying of COVID, but in fact they are dying because they got their second shot, but they are not counted as as vaccination deaths, they are counted as unvaccinated till 14 days in. After
God.
14 days, and this is the CDC who made this rule, by the way. And
Hey, I'll trade y'all the CDC for your stupid German guys.
yes, and RKA, our CDC, of course, took that from the US CDC, and so they also say yes, and that's the reason why I have to argue with completely stupids who tell me, yeah, most of the deaths are unvaccinated. Yeah, because they say so in the news, but it's a lie. It's a lie, like Tom Hanks, this stupid lying fuck, and I hate this guy because
I
of
think you
that.
wanted to say something about Arnold Schwarzenegger too.
No, he's dead for me. I'm not. I never bring this asshole up any.
Well, I thought you wanted to mention what he said about
Yes, yes. He said
freedom.
Yeah, he said fuck your freedom or something like that. When and people who make this argument, this is beyond. This is like the argument I had with my big brother when I asked him why he's wearing a mask here in my house. Why? Because I don't want him to do that. He doesn't have to. And then he tried to explain to me, and then we got we talked about this whole thing, and then he ran out of arguments. I told him, yeah, but if people are not allowed to go outside anymore for no reason, then this is fascism or dictatorship. And then he told me, but I want dictatorship. I'm cool with that. So this is not an argument. When people talk like this, for me, these are fascists. Clearly, or what's your opinion on that, Greg?
Yeah, well, that's true, and very disappointed in Arnold saying that. He became an American citizen, and he doesn't understand freedom.
Yes, he's like Starship Troopers, the novel. Don't give a fuck on constitutional rights. Fuck your freedom. Yes, but I say
that
fuck
sums
you,
it
Arnold.
up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I say fuck you, Arnold. Sorry, I gave this asshole a pass so many times, and he can really thank God that I finished my Running Man rant before he said that.
Right.
So I don't bring that
liked
up.
Arnold. I'm very disappointed in him.
Yeah, so I don't bring that up.
I can put some of it down to his age, like he's senile, but that's beyond the pale. That isn't saying, "Oh, I think you should do this," or that's saying, "Frack you," and and frack your freedom. Fuck your freedom is what he's saying. I'm sorry.
He was governor. Damn it. He was a governor. At least he should pretend to honor the Constitution or not.
Yes. Hey, so we've got AF Rules in the house. He says Arnold was always a National Socialist.
Yes, he was. He's the last Nazi, really. All the jokes that they made back then to offend him, and things like that, they are true. Sorry. Yes, he is a Nazi. And he was always a Nazi, and I will never, ever... I don't know if I can ever review anything from Schwarzenegger again without just ranting the whole time. I hate
He wasn't
this guy.
German. He was Austrian, right?
Yeah, even worse. You know, our best man came from Austria.
Oh, God. AF says, you know the picture with the Roman salute?
No, I don't know that. But oh my God, yes. You have to. You didn't. We are not finished yet. There is
no, that's the last one. You thought
Yeah.
we were done, didn't you?
Yeah, but
You're
you
getting
thought,
tired.
yeah,
Cub's
but
getting tired.
yeah, but don't forget there are also some ghost stories we have to talk about.
Ghost stories. I'm thinking.
Chinese ghost stories.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. I didn't put that on the list. I don't think. I don't see. I did. I think it must be here. Maybe I put it on. Yeah, there it is. I see it.
The list is so long. You're like the one from Father Christmas. Yeah.
I couldn't read my writing. It got mixed in with Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers had so much stuff.
No, Greg, the list it's so long. It goes down to from the table and it's such a long paper.
That's right.
So many things we have to talk about.
Okay, so the next one is something that I came up with. Hanzo the Razor, Sword of Justice. This is a Japanese film from the early 70s. The first part of I was going to do the whole trilogy, but I think we should just do one at a time.
Yes, I agree on that because I have just watched the first one and I am in the middle of the second one.
Yeah, well, there you
and
go. Take your time.
I really, really like it. I wanted just to fast go through it, but I can't because it's so interesting.
See, that's the problem, Cub. You can't just go through things fast. You need to take your time and enjoy life.
Yes, I'm going to do that with that because it reminds me so much on Lone Wolf and Cub, and I made
It
a
really
little
does.
bit research. I made a little bit research on it.
Sweet.
Yeah, but I would say go on.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got. Okay, it's from 1972.
Yeah,
And-
the trilogy is from 1972 to 1974, and
Well,
this
we're
is
just doing the first one.
Yeah, but this is also the time where Lone Wolf and Cub is from.
Yes, it's from the
also-
exact same time period.
Yes.
And it's both directed by and stars Shintaro Katsu, who is famous for some previous movies, which we'll go into on another time.
Yes.
It's from the Edo era. So I believe it's from the same era or set in the same time period as Lone Wolf and Cub, which is Edo.
Yeah, it's the same time period, and as Greg already said, there are people involved in both series. In the Lone Wolf.
Yeah,
and
it has
Cub,
the same cinematographer, for instance.
Yeah, and the director of Hanzo, he also directed some of the Lone Wolf and Cub movies, which are 6. There's 6 Lone Wolf, and he directed most of them. By the way, he directed 3 or 4 of them.
Did he direct any of the TV series?
I don't know. I didn't.
No, we'll
didn't
have to check on that.
Yeah, we had to check on that. I just my first research just came up with that, which is really interesting because, as I said, when I read about it or when you told me about it, it reminded me directly on that. So,
well, I've been watching since I got into Lone Wolf and Cub. I had knew about Lone Wolf and Cub, and I'd planned to watch it, but it's one of those series that I'd saved specifically so I could watch it at another time and enjoy it. And then I did. I watched all 6 of them, and I started looking around at other, hopefully similar ones. And this, as Cub says, is a very similar, well, not similar at all, but set in the same time period, similar cinematography. Acting is well done. I don't know. What did you think of the movies?
as I said, I've watched the first one and half of the second one, and yes, there is some stuff we have to talk about, and there is some stuff we have to leave out because This movie is never came out here in Germany, and for some reason, and I directly got the reason why it never got came out here in the first minutes, its first 10 minutes or something like that.
I think I know what
Because
we have to leave out.
yeah, because it's one of his what you want to call it,
Attributes?
attributes. Yeah, one of his attributes is his huge dick,
His
which
member,
he,
as you might say.
yeah, which he uses to
Interrogate?
interrogate women. To yeah, and oh my god, so there's no way in hell this thing is going ever to see a release here in Germany. Not even in the original version with subtitles or something like that.
I was stunned by some
Yeah.
of the stuff in the. I mean,
Yeah.
he literally practices for his interrogations with a bag of rice, grinding himself into it. But it's so strange. It's like it's not just from another time period; it's from another reality almost.
Yeah.
I don't see how it made it past censors.
Oh my god, I just discovered something here. This director, Kenji Mishumi, he not just directed any Lone Wolf and Cub movies. He directed the first one. The first one, the second one, and the third one, and the fourth one. The first four
Wow.
ones. And the third one is the one I'm named after. My German channel is named after Der Japango, which is the third one. And my English channel is just the English version of this name, Lone Wolf and Cub. And it's called Baby Car to Hades. But he directed the movie my channel is named off. First, and also he directed the first Satoshi movie. Satoshi, the Blind Samurai, which people maybe know from Blind Fury, which is also a Satoshi remake.
Well, you can definitely tell the cinematography is very similar, and
Yeah,
the wide shot.
So this director really, really deserves a retrospective because he made Satoshi, he made Lone Wolf and Cub, and he made Hanzo the Razor.
Yeah, I really think you should do something. I don't know how you're going to handle the more sensitive parts of Hanzo, but he's a very strange character in that he's so upright and moral and anti-corruption and just for the little guy, but at the same time, his methods are extreme.
Hey, censored. Hey, we need this.
I can't even tell you what he does. You would have to watch the movie.
Yeah,
and you can probably get it on YouTube, maybe even in Germany.
Yeah. So Greg, we need this this beep tone here. You know this beep tone which you put on when something is censored.
Beep.
Yeah, something like that.
That was weird. My avatar changed as I was saying that.
Yeah. This is crazy. Yeah. So the movies. That's also it's there really some similarities also with the name. Hanzo the Razor, the first movie is called Sword of Justice. It's from 1972. But in the same year, he made the first Lone Wolf and Cub movie, which is called Sword of Vengeance.
Huh.
Yeah, so it's really where you get the original story from Lone Wolf and Cub, which I think for people who don't know what we're talking about, it's about a guy, Ogami is his name, and he works for the emperor, or no, or for the shogun or something like that. He's in a very high position. He's the executioner in the very high position, and somebody gets jealous of and wants his job, and so he kills his wife and frames it on him, and wants him to get ritual suicide, but Ogami, he refuses and becomes an outlaw, and is now on the run with his
That's the story of Lone Wolf and Cub.
5-year-old son. That's the story, and he's now a murderer for hire because he wants to get
An
enough.
assassin. There's a difference.
Yeah, an assassin. Sorry, an assassin for hire.
An assassin is honorable. A murderer is outlaw.
Yeah, but if you kill for hire,
Then you're
where's
an
the honor
assassin.
in that? Yeah, but
There
where's
is
the honor
honor in that culture. You have to remember which culture you're dealing with.
Yeah, okay. If you wanted to put it in the romantic way.
I don't think it is romantic. I think that's actually how they would see it.
You mean it doesn't hurt so much if you get killed by an assassin, not so much than when you get killed by a murderer?
Yes, I think there's less honor in being killed by it. And honor was extremely important to these people. How they died was extremely important to them. You can see that time and time again in these movies. You need to re-examine your how you're looking at these movies.
Yes.
And it also goes with the zeitgeist that I talk about. I think they do actually catch some of the zeitgeist of now. Remember, I'm sitting here in Texas trying to speak of the zeitgeist of 400 years ago in Japan, so that's very difficult. But for the best I can do, looking at history, looking at you can run it forward to the Japanese soldiers and why they would want to kill themselves rather than surrender or be killed in battle. It was more honorable. To them, the manner of your death was more important than the fact that you died. Their saying was death is lighter than a feather and duty is heavier than a mountain.
Yeah, and it's interesting that I have the feeling that 95% of these kind of movies, they all play in the same time period. Just this special one, this Edo time period, 400 years ago. And it seems like every time period before that and every time period after that is kind of, they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, unless they set it in the exact time where it's ending. Sometimes, where the samurais are actually being wiped out by the soldiers or whatever. Sometimes you see that. But other than that, they're all in the same general time. It could be 400 years, could be 100 years. It's all basically the same because it was such a closed society and it didn't change.
Yes, it's kind of like the Middle Ages from Japanese perspective. I would say, like when because the Middle Ages here in Europe, they go from 400 to 1400, and so it's a very huge.
Yeah, basically the fall of the Roman Empire up to the rise of the Renaissance.
Yeah, it's very huge time period, 1,000 years, and where you can set every story in, and really it can be very primitive, beginning of the Middle Ages, and more advanced in the end of where you can even have some technology, but not technology in this sense. I mean that they are just more advanced not so primitive. Here, just where the king looks like that the king lives in the same kind of has just a tent or something like that, like everybody else.
Did you notice in this movie Hanzo the Razor, they went to a great deal of care on the background people when people were crossing the bridge, or you would see the peasants. They did this also in Lone Wolf and Cub. The way they were dressed, the way they moved, just all the little details made it seem like it was from that period.
Yes, but what takes you completely out of this period is, of course, the horrible soundtrack, which sounds like something from the 70s.
Yeah.
It doesn't fit at all. I don't know. Is
The
this
70s had that problem with a lot of movies, didn't they?
Yeah, but no, because it has the version I watched has English subtitles, and I thought at first it is in the English dub.
That's what I
It's
was thinking too. You think that was the original music?
no way, or would you say? Because there's no way in hell this can be the original music. Why
I
should?
wouldn't think so. I
Yeah, what?
thought it was just a bad dub.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
something you could research. You need to
Ah,
research that for us.
yeah, but that sounds like work.
It does sound like work. And you got all your new friends to play with. You got to
Yeah.
make your werewolf costume for Halloween. How are you going to chase the Fraulines through the
Oh my
woods
God.
dressed as a werewolf if you don't work
Ah,
on your costume?
oh my God. I completely forgot to show you something. You will go crazy when I show because I forgot to show it to you. Sorry. Is this
Did
the
you get a
right
picture of
one?
a werewolf? That'd be awesome.
Oh, much better. Much better. I got the picture you asked me for the whole time. Every time when I go to Berlin and you say you have to make this picture. And now I send it to you on Discord. Can you see it?
All right. I'll see it in a minute. Oh, all right. You got me a piece of the wall too, didn't you? You stole
Yes,
a piece.
I found pieces of the wall. These are pieces of the wall.
I see
Uh,
that. The Berlin
yeah,
Wall. And Cub
yeah,
brought me a chunk back.
yeah.
Sweet.
And some of the and one of the women we had this time two women with us uh, made a photo from me near the wall.
That's
So
great.
and I
Oh, this
told
is
her,
awesome.
yeah, and I told her I need this photo for my American friends and have to show it to them.
See, that's awesome. I
Yeah,
have been asking for that.
yeah, yeah. So here it is,
That's
and
really cool.
yeah, and good that I didn't forget that. Thanks for reminding me. So yeah, where were we at here at Hanzo?
Yeah, we're almost done, I think.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to go into it. There's two more movies, so
no, no, but let's talk a little bit more about the first ones here from Lone Wolf Cup and from Hanzo. Uh, uh, yes, you have scenes there where it's Hanzo is torturing himself uh, because he works he works as kind of like a policeman or something like that.
yeah, he is a policeman. That he's an incorruptible policeman, and you remember at the very first of the movie, he refuses to swear the oath of honor because all the other policemen aren't up to his high standards, and he knows they're corrupt, and especially his boss is corrupt. And he's been working for 4 years, but he never had to swear it before because he was always out on assignment or something like that. And they're
Yeah.
like, why won't you swear this? He said, because the whole department's corrupt, and they don't do what they're supposed to do, and they're all violating this oath of honor, and I can't swear it if everybody's not honorable.
Yes.
That sets the goalpost for what an incorruptible and good guy he is. Of course, when you compare that with some of his actions, and and not only that, I mean, there's a minimal amount of sex for one of these movies in the early 70s. I say minimal. There's a minimal amount of nudity. There's a shocking sex part that I can't describe. But if you watch it, you'll see that he's very upright and honorable, and he's not at all. He by today's standards, he would be considered. I don't know, but not the most upright and honorable. It's a very strange movie.
Do you think you don't think that they could remake it nowadays? Isn't that the perfect time to remake it?
It would be the perfect time if you could get away with it. I think we're going to have a backlash against the woke, and you could remake something like this. But that's going to take another 10 years.
You mean if you want to get burnt on the stake or something like that? Want to try to?
I don't see how you could, but. The way they could do it is have a female in that role and her doing it. Then anything would be okay.
Yeah, it's so hard that even in Germany it didn't have a release. It got not even that. It didn't have even a wiki page. This movie doesn't exist here.
Had you even heard of it before I told you we would watch it or review it?
I thought I have, but
it shocked you a little, didn't it?
No, when I saw it, I maybe because it reminded me so much on Lone Wolf Cub, but no, it was really because I of course I tried to find something out. And then I discovered it kind of doesn't exist here in Germany. The sheer existence is not there of it.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
that they can expunge. No, but it's art. It's media. It does exist. They can't even talk about it. They can expunge stuff from existence. Isn't that kind of scary?
Yeah, it is because you have on every crap. You have a wiki page of every crap, and this is a classic. You at least have to say it exists. You can't revise history, kind of like no, this is it. There's no movie out there called Hansel the Razor. Yeah, yeah, and so his methods. First, we have also to say, I think we mentioned that he has a very, has very much manlyhood. Let's say it this way.
Yeah, he's gifted.
Yeah, and he's also practicing every day.
Right. That's like with that bag of rice and stuff. He literally abuses himself. It's very weird,
and it's very gory. Also, this is the second. It's the second very gory movie we are talking about, which goes into direction of malignant or what you call it. You have there also these over-the-top gore scenes,
but they're minimalist.
Yeah,
compared to like some of these movies, there's very few of them, but what there is extremely gory.
Yes, and
that's what I was saying about the nudity. There's very little nudity, but it is there. and then you have the over-the-top other stuff we can't discuss.
Yeah, and then you have these scenes where you see something else. There's many techniques what they work with. Many different techniques. For example, they use this split second picture, like in Exorcist, where you see from a scene that you aren't supposed to see, you see just a flickering from it. When you have, for example, these, let's say it by...
It was interesting cinematic technique.
Let's call it by the name. When you have rape scenes right out, you don't see it. You see the beginning, kind of. Then the camera kind of shows something else, but you have still the voices in the background. Know what is going on, and sometimes you see the flashes from it. It's really. But I have to find out if this is supposed to be that way, or if this is maybe just the American version.
I don't know.
Because we also have this thing with the score, which we have to find out if this is the original score or if this is the American dub. But it's kind of I think we have to do much more research on that before we can talk really in depth about it.
Okay, that sounds fair. Well, we have 2 more movies to go over. It'll give us something to discuss when we get to there.
Yes.
I think that's about all we've got for this show. Unless you've got something else.
No, it's still got Chinese Ghost Story.
Oh, we got Chinese Ghost Story. I can't see that on here.
Yeah, it's this long list. Hey,
I'm not sure. There it is. It's the last thing. All right, I think we should probably transition to that. I'm not sure how long my my tablet will hold up here. I've already lost my avatar.
Oh my God. No, it's maybe the ghosts. Who knows?
It might be the ghost.
Yeah.
But I tried to reset it, and it's not doing any good.
Yeah, and sorry, I can't. What you call it? I
open the pod bay board. Open the pod bay doors. I'm having trouble speaking.
Empfehlung of English. I can't recommend calling the Ghostbusters. Because we don't know.
Hey, Movie Massacre is back.
Yeah,
he's at work.
Normally, I would recommend you if something's going on, you should call the Ghostbusters. But no, since the last movie, I wouldn't recommend you to call them. Who you gonna call? For sure, not the Ghostbusters. And we don't know. And also the trailer for the next one. It doesn't really convince me. So if you don't,
it might be good. I've got hope for that one, but I haven't seen the trailer. But
if you call nowadays the Ghostbusters, you get some weird women or you get some stupid kids, and you don't want those. And those people you don't want there when you have a problem.
They cross the stream for sure.
Yeah. Yes. So Chinese.
Well, we got Movie Massacre show back. So back to our the last item on our list: Chinese Ghost Story from 2020.
2020. Yes. Yeah. No. This movie really sucked. This is a short review from it. I didn't like it. It's a remake from the original one because we got already a remake in 2011, which also sucked balls. And this one was not that bad, but because it stayed closer to the original story, but changed so much for no reason that it's still not worth watching. I didn't enjoy the movie. We go into it a little bit more in detail in a few seconds. But Greg, what did you think about the movie in general?
Well, it was surrealistic. It Chinese. I would say the Chinese were wrapped in superstition at the time, and this is clearly one of the most prevalent stories that comes out of their mythology. And it's not just one type of animal. They have foxes and cats and
You could
ghosts.
do you have the first movie in your head, kind of?
A little
The,
bit.
the original one?
I didn't get a chance to see it all, no. But I did start watching it.
Okay, Greg.
I was going to
s-
watch all of them, but I got bogged down.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Greg, I would say this is really a huge thing for me. Chinese Ghost Story, one of my all-time favorite movies. I watched the original one back then in the cinema when it came out, and
Are we
this was
talking about the 87 version?
yes, the 87 version. But I didn't
Yeah.
watch it 87. It came here in the 90s. It came out here in Germany, the first one.
I started watching it. I didn't get a chance to finish it, though. I'm planning on finishing it.
And when we watched it back then, it was one of these movies that we were aware about it, and we were at a point where people we were reading science fiction lexicas and fantasy encyclopedias and so on, and journals, and then people said something like, "Oh, and Chinese Ghost Story Part 3 is my favorite one," and we didn't even see the first one. And because it never came out here back then, at the beginning here in Germany, and we thought, oh my God, this is one a movie we will never ever see it. It was one of these mythological movies we wanted to see urgently, but there was no way for us to see it. And then we saw in television a German trailer for the first one. A German trailer, a German dubbed trailer.
Wow.
And we thought, oh my God, this can't be, this is awesome.
And it was at the movies?
Yeah, and then we tried to watch it in the cinema, and we didn't find it anywhere. It was we had to drive to another town, 60 kilometers from us or something
Wow,
like that.
that's dedication.
Yes, but we found it, and then when we wanted to watch it, it was in Chinese with German subtitles, which we didn't know. We didn't know that. We thought when you watch a movie in the cinema in Germany, normally every movie is dubbed. It was the first time that we got that in a theater. So, but even with that, it was awesome. Even watching it in original Cantonese was
Sometimes it's superior to watch it with the subtitle.
Yeah. It was really, it was a very, very cool experience, which don't want to miss. And of course, when it came out later on video, VHS, and also the other parts, and we watched them all. But the first one is clearly the best one. And we watched, as I said, we watched it. The first time we watched it was in the original version. And now, this remake I also just got in the original version. But this time not with German subtitles, with English subtitles. So this is kind of a similarity, funny one. So,
there's something special about these movies. I can't put my finger on it.
But this is really the only sweet little detail about these two movies, and that's it. Because the rest, it's a carbon copy. It is a bad copy, and the CGI sucks. This is just a short review on it. My first impression. But I have to rewatch it anyway, because I got aware of it, by the way. Chinese Ghost Story is my is my new most successful review on my German channel.
Wow,
It's
that's cool.
It's number one. It has over 1,000 views, and I have many comments on it. And one of the comments told me there is a new version. Here it is, 2020 version. I knew it from one of my subscribers, and he even put me the link into his comment to the YouTube link that I can watch it. And I told him, yes, probably I'm going to make a new version of my video, but not in the next 2 years.
Yeah, you don't want to rush things.
Yes, and also this is really it's this video. This review is really got really done. It is. I don't want to remake it. I'm thinking about maybe I make
a different one.
A different one.
Yeah, why not?
A continuation.
They made so many different ones. You don't have to cover every single angle of every single part. Just make another one about the other part, right? Or with some different ideas.
Yeah, because the first one it
doesn't make the first one bad. It just it's an addendum.
Yeah, because
in
the first review, I cover everything Chinese ghost story, but then I cover the director, and because the director from the first Chinese ghost story was also the one that made the first wushu movie, or wuxia, or what you call it, which is wire-fu, by the way. He is kind of the inventor of wire-fu. This is the fighting style, which is a mixture of kung fu with wires, which they also use in the Matrix and things like that. And he made the first one.
That's interesting.
Yes, he made a touch of Zen. It's probably most when the touch of Zen was not the first wire-fu movie, but it was the one that made this style popular in the world. It got recognition on festivals and worldwide recognition. It is a masterpiece. It is really. Have you seen it, by the way? Touch of Zen?
No.
Yeah. So I made a retrospective on this director in the first Chinese ghost story, and also a retrospective on wire-fu in general, and gave some examples where it's used. Also in modern times here in this movie that got the Oscars, Sleeping Tiger and Weeping Dragon, or what you call it. Here this movie from Ang Lee that got that won the Oscars back then. Sleeping Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or something like that is the name. And of course, I mentioned Matrix, and so on. But yes, so maybe when I talk about these new Chinese ghost stories, I make a retrospective on another director, maybe on Sui Haag or something like that, because he is the producer of these movies, and the guy who made Mission and so on. So yeah, but no, don't want to go too much into that.
Well, I don't think my my device is going to last much longer.
Oh my God, Hurricane Greg. Okay, then I would say we finished that. And thanks for listening, everybody. And we would say we see you on Halloween, or maybe Greg on your mystery stream. Greg? Oh my God. I think we lost him already. So goodbye from me, and I think also goodbye from Greg. I think we have his battery gave up. So bye.